for the international workshop. And first of all, we will be felicitating our chief guests, our vice chancellor, and other dignitaries who are here sitting on the dais. For that, I would call Professor S.K. Tripathi, the chief organizer of this workshop, to kindly felicitate our VC, Professor Sambasiva Rao. Thank you so much. Professor Sapu Changkija from the Nagaland University. Mr. K.K. Joseph. Thank you so much. Dr. Francis, the last but not the least. Without him, this workshop would have never been happening. Thank you so much. Sir, will you please take it?
So, okay. I welcome all of you. I would like to welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor, who came yesterday only, and he is very busy, but still he has time for any kind of occasion when we are just organizing any conference, seminar, any events are being organized by the department. He is always present over there. Still his busy schedule, because he came yesterday only. I talked to him and he was telling me I'm there and I will come over there. So thank you, sir, for your presence over here. I am thankful to Professor Sapu Chankiza. I think I requested him and he's also very busy. But then he was telling me, okay, I will come. And then at the last moment, but he has finalized and he came for all 3 days program. And he came yesterday. So thank you very much, Professor Sapu. I am very thankful to Mr. K.K. Joseph, Regional Rural Resource and Training Center from Umiam, Shillong, so Umran, Shillong. Actually, I was contacting him regarding some projects earlier, and we were trying to develop some project because he's just running some NGO. He's a director of that NGO, and he's running some NGO where he's trying to have some organic farming. And I was discussing with him. He was telling me this system is self-sustained there in that region in the Meghalaya. I was thinking if somehow we can develop that kind of system in Mizoram also, it will be very nice. He was telling me, I will help you. It's a difficult task, but it's not that difficult also. If we can try, we can just get succeeded. So because I think they have good wealth over there. He has a huge land area. And then he has just transformed that area into organic farming systems. So thank you, Mr. Joseph, for your presence over here. We would like to get advantage of your experiences and expertise to formulate this. Then, of course, in the last but not the least, I'd like to thank this Dr. Francis Briarle, Actually, we started this kind of collaboration few years back, I think 3 years or something, 3 years back. When after that, he has suggested me to develop a small proposal. I submitted one small proposal to Manchester Metropolitan University, and we got through. We had around 5,000 euro or something like that, very small amount of funding, through which he visited once over here into this university. And after that, two students, Mr. Soman Singh and Mr. Itso Oyung, they visited to the his laboratory in the Manchester Metropolitan University to do some this soil sampling, this soil analysis work. They got some exposure and then they came over here. Later on, last year March, there was a Global Challenge Research Fund which was advertised, and then we apply to this GCRF fund, and we have been successful in getting this grant. Through this grant, we are going to have two workshops this year, and this is purely academic workshop, and the main aim is to develop some we should just do some environmental conservation and sustainable development. That is why we have chosen this topic on the novel methods for the nutrient management in shifting cultivation in the Northeast India. This is a major problem. We have been working in this kind of problem for a long time, because we have completed one project also that was coordinated by Dr. Talukadar. He is a director of IASST. Because of his busy schedule, he could not come today, but he is supposed to come tomorrow. He has booked the ticket. Hopefully he will arrive here, he will join. And Professor Sapu was also one of the collaborators there. I was another PI from the Mizoram. Dr. Thakuria, he is coming, I think, today afternoon. He was also another PI. So three, four PIs, they are supposed to be here in this project. And 4 years, I think, 13 or 14, we have started that proposal, project. And that project was completed in 2017, October. So the idea behind that, we were trying to develop a sustainable system. What we did, we have taken shifting cultivation sites of 2 years old fallow land, 5 years fallow lands, and the 10 years fallow land. One was burnt and the another was unburned. We were having an idea that why they do burning if the farmers, they should not go for the burning. Without that, can we cultivate? We started, but that was failed immediately. After 6 months, we have come to the conclusion that without burning, nothing will happen. Weeds are outcompeting the crop plants, so the crop productivity was very less over there. So burning was essential. Then after the burning, the idea was that how we can inoculate, because what is happening in the burning, we were thinking that during the course of burning, beneficial soil microorganisms, they are getting affected in the soil. So how to do that? So we had and the organic matter content is getting down. So we had developed 3 treatments. One was, we have taken the soil from the adjoining system and we spread there just to inoculate the soil microorganisms in these 3 fallow lands, so that they can spread quickly and they can be involved in getting the higher production. And another one, we have added some around 5 ton organic matter from the adjoining forest sites to build up some organic matter, because the organic matter is getting burned and most of this ashes is getting lost from the system. We wanted to add some organic matter into the another treatment. The third one was, we have taken some rhizospheric soil microorganisms from early regenerating plants like Thyssanulina maxima, broom grass. This is very common here. So that microorganisms, they have been developed and we have just inoculated them into the soil at the time of cropping. So soil amendment was not very helpful, but the organic matter addition and the inoculation with the beneficial soil microorganisms, they have been very beneficial. They have increased around 1.5 to 2 times productivity of the crops in the shifting cultivation sites. So, but after that, by doing this much, the project was ended. Still, there are many projects. I think people they have done a lot of work. I think more than 15 or 20 research scholars they have been working throughout the Northeast India in that project. So, lot of productivity was there, but the project was ended. Then we have discussed with the Francis Brierle that if we can have another project, if we can go ahead with whatever we could not do into that project, if we can extend it further. That is why this workshop is being organized. We are just trying to have some intensive discussions and the deliberations by the experts, those who have some expertise in the sapling cultivation, so that we should come up with the problems, what are the major problems of the sapling cultivation, how we can come up with the certain solutions, what we can give it to the farmers so that they can be happy, they can have some better production later on. So with these words, I think I'd like to invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor to address the gathering. And later on, I think Francis, I think he has a lot of information on this about the introduction of the workshop, what we have to do. So I think we will hear him. So please come over here, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Actually, frankly speaking, I'm not knowing what is the topic of the workshop also before I come here. But after coming here, I could able to understand what is the topic of the workshop. And I heard little about what is the project which Professor Tripathi is handling. But I have some observations on this shifting cultivation in Mizoram for the past 2 years of my stay here. Before that, I welcome the guests on the dais from UK and Nagaland University and from Shillong and all the participants to this workshop, which is I was told by the party that it was a brainstorming session for formulating some projects on this particular important topic. Then I felt, no, because I was asking him, very few participants are there. What is the reason for that? I'm asking. Then he told me, this is not going to be a workshop of huge gathering. It is only a brainstorming session for formulating the projects. Then it will be very good. So he would have also invited the botany department and environmental science people, all faculty here. That would have been very appropriate to have biotechnology, so that at least some more ideas would have been there. At least you can bring them like Vimtab, no? So it will be some kind of good interaction here. I was asking Francis, so what UK is having any kind of this shifting cultivation? He says that no. But there are certain European countries and certain North American countries also been following this shifting cultivation. There are mainly two important aspects for this shifting cultivation pattern which has been adopted by the particular area of the people. What I understood, my knowledge for the past 2 years in this particular one. This is one model which we have in Northeast area. That is where the large voluminous land is available, and the economic and social conditions of the farmers are important criteria wherein this shifting cultivation system is being adopted. This is one of the model which we had. The second model, the shifting cultivation which is followed in developed countries, is to have a change of crop pattern and also to have the regeneration of the soil, which is actually soil nutrients, to enrich the soil for next crop or even for further agriculture activity that is being followed in some of the developed countries. This is what, I'm not a plant person or I'm not an agriculture man, but what my knowledge about the shifting cultivation, I have been thinking about that. And as you all know that Mizoram is one of the state where the agriculture activity is not that much been practiced. because of the various reasons like hilly terrain area and lack of transport opportunities for the agriculture commodities which are being produced here, and also the storage facility of the agriculture productivity, and also the no guarantee system for buyback policy of the products which are being produced in the agriculture activity, and also the economic and social conditions of the farmers may be the reason for the less agriculture activity which is being practiced in Mizoram. I think you might be knowing that only below 10% of the people who are actually engaged in this particular activity, agriculture activity, in the total population of Mizoram. And it is very interesting, within this less percentage of people who are involved in agriculture activity, maximum are involved in shifting cultivation system. This is very interesting to observe here. And what my knowledge actually, I've been listening about the shifting cultivation since many days as soon as I came here. And even the FAO people also had a meeting with me in Hyderabad on nutritional management. The FAO headquarters Delhi man, he was also very much interested here to come. His name is Timko or something, Timko or something, FAO head in Delhi. Actually, I can give you his number also. He was in touch with me. They are also very much interested in shifting cultivation of Mizoram. And they wanted to have some kind of project activities between Mizoram University and FAO. At that time, actually, I connected with, I'm not knowing who is involved here in shifting cultivation. Then I connected with Professor Mehta, with that FAO people to have a collaborative projects, and one lady from Gauhati, she's also working in FAO, and she was also asking me some contact person in Mizoram University. So I connected Professor Mehta during my visit to Hyderabad National Institute of Nutrition. So they asked me about that, and I connected Mehta. Maybe I don't know what has happened after that, but even you can also invite in the next program the FAO people also here, because I have phone contacts with them. I can call them here. They can, because they are also having some projects for shifting cultivation in Mizoram. They are very much interested in Northeast region. And this nutritional management in shifting cultivation is one of the important aspects actually to be thought of and also discussed. And I was listening to Professor Tripathi that there are different kinds of plots which are being adopted for shifting cultivation. What exactly the burning is going to affect? He was mentioning that the burning is going to affect the microorganisms in the soil. The surface burning is going to really affect the microorganisms is a big question for me. The surface burning on the soil is going to affect the soil microbes. I don't think it is going to affect the soil microbes or the surface burning which is being done. This is one of my important aspects. And also, you are also mentioning that you are going to have a inoculation of so many microbes and other in the soil, which is also not practicable for the farmers. This is most important part you have to think about that. The shifting cultivation is being adopted by the people, socio-economically very poor people who are adopting this shifting cultivation, particularly in Northeast region, also in Mizoram. And they don't have any background of scientific technology, and also they don't have any support from the people like you to guide them about the microorganisms to be inoculated there. It is a very important. You have to think practically about this one. What they can do practically. This is what a project need to be, the basic principle of shifting cultivation is totally for the economically poor people, which has been adopted. Don't go for too much scientific basis. This is what my suggestion. Too much scientific basis always will not be giving fruitful results. What you can do recycling in the particular place of plots which are being used for shifting cultivation, how we can regenerate naturally. This is what you have to think. Because the plots are actually used developed for agriculture activity this year. What is the concept behind this giving a gap for them to, because there will be a lot of scope for development of weeds in the particular area. So these weeds are going to affect the agriculture production in the particular area. How we are going to control this weed development in the particular area? This is actually the big question for the farmers. So what exactly we have to think is how to control naturally these weeds, and how farmers can at their level do this weed control, and how they can utilize these weeds which are being developed in the soil to recycle for regeneration of the soil. This is one of the important points you have to think about that. Weeds actually has got so many of nutrients by themselves. Instead of burning them, you can also think of burying them. This is one of the important aspects, actually burying them in a particular place that will also enrich the soil nutrients. And that is also within the purview of the farmers. And this is going to help the farmers because with their limitations and with their kind of technology or with their kind of techniques, they can easily adopt this kind of technology. And there are two important areas you have to think that the project development should be adaptable by the farmers, one. And the second one is highly technical kind of cultivation which is adopted in European countries. This is what you have to think. So particularly for Northeast region, because Professor Sahu is also here, he has to think that wherein the farmer's condition has to be taken into account, not the technology adopted cultivation techniques. This may be one of the point. And also, maybe I think Bhim Pratap is here, you can also think about the easy cultivation of the microbes like worm fungi. Worm fungi is not going to be requiring any kind of advanced conditions for cultivation, and also the farmers also can easily develop worm fungi in no point of time. They can enrich the worm fungi into density, and that can be spread easily. That may be one of the easy method. Worm fungi can be, because it is soil going to be very important nutrient source, worm fungi can also be thought of. And the burning is also one of the important resource of the nutrients like potassium, and this particular potassium is very rich in the ash content. That may be also very useful, and that can also be even buried in the same soil, the buried contents also. And natural regeneration of nutrients, natural recycling of nutrients has to be thought particular plots, so that the farmers will be very much beneficial for the particular kind of shifting cultivation. The process of natural adaptation we have to do, and how we have to enrich the nutrients in a particular area to have the nutrients regeneration in the particular plot of the agriculture activity, and how many years they can do, because the same cultivation can be done for 2 years or 3 years, and after that we have to give how much gap we have to give, how much time it will take for nutrient regeneration. This is to be given for the guidance to the farmers. Actually, that kind of guidance is very important for the farmers, that how much gap we have to give and how much time they have to go. If the land is too much, they can go anywhere. No, because the land is too much. So that is what actually going on in Mizoram. So they are not really bothered about the land. So they can go shift the plot of agriculture from one place to other place easily. But if it is going to be in a place where a lot of competition for agriculture activity, there is no easy access for shifting the agriculture activity to one plot to another plot. So keeping that also view, you can also try to work out in how many years it can be used for agriculture activity, how much gap has to be given, and how much gap, if it is given, how much nutrient regeneration will be taking up in the soil. This may be most useful topics and useful points for the farmers, that easily in their capabilities and limitations they can think about this. With my limited knowledge I am talking. Don't think that I am any competent person here, and if anything I am talking some kind of mistakes, no, kindly excuse me that, because I am not a botanist or I am not a agriculturist, I am a zoologist basically. But it is a common sense, and think about that. But it will be very good, and the farmers also has to be given some kind of idea what kind of crops also can be adopted in shifting pattern, and we only rice or other horticulture crops or something like that, what kind of crops also, it may be appropriate if you can able to discuss, and this kind of things also will be useful to the farmers, and I think it will be very good if you can able to think about these points and have some kind of guidance for the farmers, and it will be very interesting, and actually I am not knowing that it is a project formulating workshop. It will be good. So at least know if 10 to 15 projects comes in this particular area, I think Francis can help us to get more projects, because I am more interested in getting this R&D activity improved here, and all the faculty has to think about this particular area, and even youngsters also can think about this particular activity, and you get come up with a good ideas and developing projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, so much for enlightening us and encouraging us for this workshop. I would like to clarify a bit. Actually, whatever we have invited, sir, about 2/3 of them, they are the younger researchers. We would like to take the younger researchers. Yes, of course, we have 1/3, the very senior people, those who can help us. And the kind of information that you have given us, this is really true. Doesn't matter you are a biotechnologist or you are a geologist, but you have given a very informative information, because in addition to the research, we had some farmers workshop also in the Molongthu area. About 100 farmers, they have been invited. They were trying to speak about the problems that they are facing in the shifting cultivation. They were certainly speaking on in the meso, but there were 2-3 people, Henry and some other research scholars, Lal Nanjira and some RC. There were three of them. They were there, and they were translating that to us in English. So we have come to the conclusion that they are facing a major problem of this shifting cultivation. They have water crisis. Water is the major problem that they are facing. Then the nutrient limitation is there. And after that, the weed competition is a third important problem that we have to think about. So we have, in this project, we have to take into account how we can solve the problem of nutrient limitation, weed competition, through this some biological basis of weed competition, and then after that nutrient management, the water management, how we can go ahead with that. So now I think I would like to invite Dr. Francis Cubrierle to explain about the objective of our project. Can we take out this?
Okay. Thank you, Professor Tripathi. Thank you, Vice Chancellor. Thank you for coming, particularly. The idea now, I'm just going to talk about the idea of the workshop and the idea behind this one-year project that we've got funded, what we're trying to achieve during this project. And excuse me, you'll see the subtitle for the workshop, and I think Vice Chancellor has outlined this actually quite nicely, is balancing the old and the new. Essentially, what can we do? What scientific new things can we do, but that actually will work, bearing in mind the very strong traditional nature of this practice? So trying to balance some kind of something new, but basically very much building on what's here already. So thanks. So welcome to MZU. It's a beautiful campus. Many people are working here already. It is. This is your office somewhere around here?
Looking differently. Can you spare me this slide?
Yes, yes.
You can send me presentation. This slide looks very good.
Yeah. Thank you. So it's a beautiful campus.
It's very good actually. Yeah.
And your hosts for the workshop.
That's the wrong choice.
Professor Tripathi has been working very hard on arranging all of this workshop, and I've just been sending emails from my office in Manchester. But since I've got here, I've been able to do a little bit more, and particularly to the students who are working with Professor Tripathi, who've really been helping out and doing the important jobs. So this project and this workshop, it's funded by the UK government through what they call the Global Challenges Research Fund. And the idea of the Global Challenges Research Fund is to support research that addresses the challenges faced by developing countries, of which India is a very important developing country. And obviously there's a very, very strong linkage between our two countries from many hundreds of years. And so particularly thinking about issues related to poverty, issues related to environmental degradation, issues related to food security. And I think these are the three issues that are particularly important when we're thinking about shifting cultivation. So GCRF, Global Challenges Research Fund, is essentially UK government funding for developing countries to think about these challenges that such countries face. And particularly, the project that we're running at the moment is largely what we were calling a networking project. So in other words, to develop linkages both between researchers within India, but also between researchers in India and the UK, to think about what future projects can be developed together, both thinking about Indian funding sources and future funding sources from the Global Challenges Research Fund. And most of you don't really need me to tell you about your own country, but importantly, in the northeast India is very much interesting and different part of the country. And whilst it has 8% of the land area, 4% of the population, so the population density in northeast India is lower. And we have very many different tribal and ethnic groups in this part of the country. And in terms of biodiversity, it's certainly the most biodiverse part of the country because particularly we have the meeting point of 3 biodiversity hotspots, which are all almost joining together in northeast India. So the eastern Himalayas, the Indo-Burma region, and the mountains of southwest China. And all of these in and of themselves have high biodiversity, but when they're all joining together, as they do here, we have particularly high diversity. So shifting cultivation, again, you don't need me to tell you about shifting cultivation. You all know a lot more than I do. But largely, the way that I'm coming from this, and I think many of the people here are coming from this, is that it's a sustainable practice, and particularly it's an integral part of the landscape in northeast India. And Professor Ramakrishnan, who's probably the most outspoken academic proponent of shifting cultivation, said that a system this old cannot be that bad. And if we think about the many hundreds to thousands of years that shifting cultivation has been happening, well, this makes some sense. But lots of local governments, they find shifting cultivation problematic, and over the years, there have been many governmental initiatives to try and ban or stop or reduce shifting cultivation, and it's often viewed negatively. But nevertheless, I think whether we want to view it as sustainable or more negatively, there is certainly need for more research on how to improve this practice. And if we think about the sustainability of shifting cultivation, well, if we want to move forward a few years, there's going to be increases in populations, there's going to be climate change. How are these going to impact upon the sustainability of this practice? So whilst we may think it's sustainable now, what about the future under more challenging scenarios? And you may have seen this in the news, I think it was about a year ago, essentially looking at the vulnerability of different Himalayan states, of which they're including Mizoram, to climate change. And Mizoram was considered one of the more vulnerable states, particularly because it has quite a high proportion of people with very low income. So the vulnerability of Mizoram was considered quite high. Again, just for particularly from people coming from outside the region, shifting cultivation is where an area area of forest is cut, burned, cultivated for a few years. It's then left fallow. Secondary forest grows back, and after a certain period of time, this fallow or this secondary forest or a new area of primary forest is recut. And I think probably one of the reasons it has been viewed negatively is because, well, this looks like a very destructive practice if you see a picture like this. But this is, again, is an integral part of the process. But if we think about actually the landscape more generally, we see that actually much of the biodiversity in northeast India has developed over the last hundreds to thousands of years in a landscape that is subject to regular disturbance. And the intermediate disturbance hypothesis would suggest that actually areas that are subject to intermediate or regular disturbances have higher biodiversity than those that are perhaps not disturbed in any way at all. It's a little bit difficult to get really solid numbers on actually how many people are involved in shifting cultivation and the areas that we're talking about. But just here, somewhere in the region of 500,000 families and 1 to 2 million hectares are under shifting cultivation. And this is just a set of papers outlining these different numbers. So what are the aims of our project and the aims of our workshop? Well, as in any workshop or conference, we're here to learn about others' research, the research that other people are doing, and tend to develop linkages between ourselves. Okay. We're also interested to provide opportunities for mentoring for early career researchers, ECRs, and to make facilities or expertise available in the UK to early career researchers who want to make use of this as part of the project. And as I'll show you in the next slide, we have some funding available specifically for researchers, largely early career researchers, to travel to the UK to develop any work they want to do there. The third aim is to develop common projects and to think about future funding sources, again, both within India and between countries, and think about UK funding sources. And then over the course of the next few months, the next year, hopefully, we'll have a number of papers, some of which are certainly well underway in terms of preparation for an edited journal volume. And hopefully we'll have 10 to 15 papers in a joint edited journal volume. So in terms of visits for international researchers, I'll outline this here, and if you have more questions, then come and talk to me about this. But as part of the funding for this project, we've got funding for approximately 3 visits of about 1 month each for early career researchers to visit the UK. So what we'll do after the workshop, we'll circulate a form just for people who are interested to fill in. It doesn't necessarily have to be, let's say you don't necessarily have to be at this workshop, but certainly people who are associated or colleagues that you know. And then what we'll do is we'll have a look at the people who are interested to come, and we'll choose those who we think are most suitable and can most benefit from this opportunity. So particularly we're going to focus on that the visit will contribute to the goals of the project. So the overarching goal of the project is to improve our understanding of nutrient management, nutrient cycling, and shifting cultivation ecosystems. So ideally, your project or your overseas experience will be related to this. Secondly, we're going to focus largely on early career researchers. And here, the term early career researcher is kind of vague, but largely a PhD scholar, postdoctoral researcher, or an assistant professor. That's not to say that other people aren't eligible, but we're going to prioritize early career researchers. And also the clear outputs from the visit are articulated. So if we say we know that a certain project will be developed, a certain paper will be produced, a certain technique will be developed during the visit, then that's the kind of thing that's going to be prioritised. Of course, I'm coming from Manchester Metropolitan University. You don't have to be going to my university. There are other universities, but administratively it makes it easier for me. There isn't a stipulation on the university that you should be visiting. So what have we got planned for the next couple of days? Well, roughly speaking, we're going to spend the mornings on talks or speakers. The afternoon will be on discussions, so basically thinking about potential for important projects that we want to develop, who's going to be involved, where we're going to obtain funding from, and I've been bugging you with emails about questions that you might want to think about in terms of the discussions in the afternoon sessions. And then later on in the evening, about 4:30, I think, in the programme, we'll have another plenary talk. So one of our plenary speakers is already here, and our other plenary speakers, another one is hopefully on the plane, and most people should be here by this afternoon or this evening. There's been a few transport problems. And we're going to be based in the guest house here for most of today and tomorrow, and then on Friday we've got a visit so that we can go and see some shifting cultivation sites in Mizoram. Again, particularly important for people who are coming from Delhi or from Calcutta, but also interesting for people who've not maybe been to Mizoram, so you can see how shifting cultivation in Mizoram might be different from the state that you're more familiar with. So, please enjoy the workshop, make the most of the workshop. If there's any questions at this stage, then we can take questions, otherwise we can move on to our first plenary talk. Yes.
You discussed about that you have some funding for students. From Manchester it is or from some other place?
The funding is coming from, this is UK,
Yeah.
in this project.
Okay.
Yeah, it's part of the UK funding. So yeah. Yes.
Do you subscribe to the fact that shifting cultivation is still good and valid and viable in the present scenario personally, or you just presented the opinions of others?
To the best, the question was, do I subscribe to the view that shifting cultivation is good and valid and viable at the moment? To the best of my knowledge, but I do, but I'm not the one with the best expertise. I think the people with the better expertise are sitting in this room. But yes, I think it's important to view it from a positive point of view in order to, let's say, move forward in terms of ways of improving the shifting cultivation. I think if we start viewing it from a negative point of view, then well, maybe what's the point in trying to improve this practice? Maybe if we're viewing it negatively, maybe we should try and discourage it or do away with it. I think if I thought it was very negative, I wouldn't want to be trying to improve it.
If there are no more questions, then I thank Dr. Francis Kulkarni for having a nice presentation and giving us a good background of the project. Hopefully, it will be very advantageous for the younger people. Take the full advantage of this. And even certainly, we are going to have some project. And I request all of you, those who are presenting your paper, try to give up your papers. We are contacting some high-impact journals for publication of those papers in the journals. Certainly, we have certain limitations for that because we have to send some manuscripts for the approval of the editor, and after that, we would like to do that. So, we invite all of you to submit your papers would like to have around couple of 1 dozen papers published in some edited volume of some high impact journals. So that is also our goal. So thank you, Dr. Briarle. Now I think with this we can invite Dr. Professor Sapu Chakpiza to start his talk right away. And I think after that we will have we can have insight, I think, because I think he may need little more time. Last time he could not speak up to his satisfaction, so I was he was complaining me. So this time I want to give him more time so that he can speak very well. And I would like to arrange a tea inside.
Yeah, okay.
Okay? So carry on, sir.
Thank you. Yeah. Of the light. And to take this opportunity, to take this time, first of all, again, I would like to just speak from here. I would like to give my due respect to our coordinator, Dr. Francis, and Dr. Tripathi, Professor Tripathi, and again to colleagues and research scholar and all my friends. See, I'm going to speak on the overview of Nakhalin Chum cultivation. And okay, thank you. Sorry, because I would like to see myself the slides. So, okay, let me just, this is, first of all, the shifting cultivation. It is also called, this is called the Chum cultivation in the northeast. And again, so many interpretation is there, some group of people shifting cultivation, and even if a garden is shifted to another, that also termed as a shifting cultivation. But here I am going to speak on the traditional shifting cultivation, also called Chum cultivation, or at the same time it is also called the slash and burn, because all this slash and burn is very much applied here. Why? Because by burning the slash forest, through the trial and through the experience of the farmers, they are practicing this generation after generation. Otherwise, without burning, I think they must have tried, but it is not been successful. So as Professor Tripathi also has said, and in our project also we tried without burning the cultivation to be continued, but it could not be. But again, at the same time, in the northeast condition, the burning does not give that much effect. It doesn't give effect to the environment. Why? Because the burning is done normally in the March, April. And immediately after burning, within 1-2 weeks, the spring shower it gives to in the northeast part, which brings down all the smoke back to the ground. And that helps to enrich the carbon deposition also. At the same time, again, it has been planned that the shifting cultivation is the main causes of the deforestation. It is, if it is happening in the northeast, still having the largest part of the forest in the country level. And if the shifting cultivation is destroying the biodiversity, the richest biodiversity is the northeast. If shifting cultivation is not practiced, the diversity will also not increase. And then, this is a community effort. Shifting cultivation cannot be done by individual family or group of family. It is a community effort. it is practiced by the tribal. And in the hilly area, there is no alternative than the shifting cultivation where it is practicing. In some area where the water is available, the farmers are so wise, they go for the terrace cultivation. Or they go for wherever the watershed is very good, they go for the integrated farming system. But this shifting cultivation is generation after generation followed by the tribal people inhabited it in this northeast India. So many years still it is continuing, but still we have a very good environment, one of the cleanest environment, and diversity is very high because by shifting slash and burn and living more than 10 years to rejuvenate the forest or to keep fallow, that increase the diversity of the plant species, at the same time fauna species, and the debris of that, keeping within the 10, approximately, suppose if we keep the forest for the 10 years fallow, the debris of all the carbon, the biomass that comes down to the soil and enrich the soil. And the soil demands of the cropping by the crops of the farm, chum cultivation, the demand of the nutrient is available in the topsoil, mostly the decomposed biomass. That is what they required. Most of the crops are top rooting system of the crops, required topsoil. So this is, you can see in the picture itself, in the top of the peak, the village is found there, and nearby the village always keep a reserve forest by the tribals, and it's a one fallow chum is done by the community, and it is just after harvesting the grains. And in the chum system, again, one advantage of that is cropping pattern. I will speak a little bit about focusing on that cropping pattern. And then continuously the farmers can harvest from the field. That is one of the main advantages to soil inhabited in the very difficult hilly terrains. Except salt, everything they get it from the peripheral of the farming system or the peripheral of the chum area, including the animals. So this is the scenario of the chum cultivation shown in the picture. Most of the my speech will be help with the slides only. Slide itself will speak. Of course, I need not explain much about this. The Northeast, the location and the situation of the Northeast. It's okay. Now I will not have. Let me finish this. This is a map of Northeast. You can see the ethnic group. The highest representation of ethnic group you'll find in Northeast, I think, as per the given unit area, the highest composition of the ethnic group will be in the Northeast, all over the world, compared with the all over the world. And this is the rainiest area. So that is also one of the factors that it promotes the regeneration of the forest system. And temperature is quite minimum 5 to 38 it maintains, and this is very ideal for the enrichment of the biodiversity as well as for the farming system. And this is very rich diversity, and this is again one of the main things is that biogeographic gateway. So here, oh sorry, which one is the case? No, light, pointer. Okay, this one, no? Okay, thank you. See, Northeast is a composition of very three part of the unique landform is that this is Arunachal, this is true Himalayan mountain system. And the true Himalayan mountain system, the soil is cephalic soil. Uniform from the western Himalayan to up to the eastern part of the Himalaya, it has got a soil type is cephalic soil, and the biological composition is very unique and very rich, and especially northeast is, the eastern part of the Himalaya is the richest. And the second range is the Arakan Yuma, starting from the Parma, this range, very unique range. This has got a very, very interesting flora and fauna. And the soil type also, the ranges are very small reaches are there from Mizoram going up to the eastern part of the Arunachal, having very interesting flora and fauna. And the other part is the Meghalaya, it has got a different type of mountain range. Then in between the Brahmaputra Valley is the Assam Valley called. So, all combining all this thing, the diversity is very rich from the point of the flora and fauna. A unique and rich terrestrial flora and fauna diversity along the altitude gradients from flat plains to the high mountain ranges support a diversified agriculture system and evolving different farming practices, resulting rich agro-diversity within its microclimatic ecosystem contained in Nagaland. Of course, I'm focusing in Nagaland, but let us generalize the northeast. So the farming system also, I think if I believe that all over the world, as per the given unit area, highest diversity farming system you'll find practicing in the northeast. From the Brahmaputra Valley cultivation, in that also you have got the two types of valley cultivation, irrigated as well as depending on the rainfall. Then as gradually you comes up, you'll find different types of farming system, especially in Nagaland, again, very high diversified farming system based on the cropping pattern and the topography as well as in the different aspect. Because as I mentioned that this eastern Himalaya, it has got only one aspect, sloping one aspect towards, that will be towards south. But here in the northeast, that Arakan Yuma ranges, you have got east and west aspect, and so many microclimatic conditions also arise. This is okay. Now I just want this. I'm focusing why, because the loss of forest. If the shifting cultivation is the culprit for deforestation, again here, the forest cover decrease within 2017 and 2019 is only 2.60 square kilometer in Nagaland. This is recent published, which is given in the Morong Express Nagaland just last week only. So that means lots of shifting cultivation is going on. Still, rejuvenation or rejuvenation of the forest is still continuing, and the rhythm is still following, provided if the chum slash and burn is maintained, at least leaving the fallow for more than 8 to 10 or 12 years. There is some area shifting cultivation practices are, the fallow periods are running, continuing about 60 years also. Because of the distance they are not following, and 60 years patches are also available. So, in fact, the peak forest diversity is low. plant diversity is always low in the peak forest. But the reforested area, you'll find more diversity, and those forests are liked by the animals also. That's how again in the succession takes place. The forest, succession takes place, and in that area, the animals enjoy the livelihood. So this is the scenario of different types of slash and burn. Now you can see one. I will point out some difference will be, and this. Oh, sorry. This area, it is in the lower Konyak area, Mon district, completely shaved. The whole forest, the whole area is completely shaven, slashed. Now here, a situation will arise, afforestation will be a problem. Because to regenerate the forest system, from where the seeds will come. There is no mother plant left. So even within the Nagaland also, tribe to tribe practices are different. So those things are, we have to really go to and depth to this, and the project has to formulate as per the area or location or tribe wise. Now here, this is a Mizoram, scenario of Mizoram Chum. Here at least the forest, nearby the forests are here, but unfortunately, Mizoram also, last time also I have, in one of the seminar I have pronounced this, Mizoram is more threatened towards afforestation. Why? Because the dominance of the species is taking place by the bamboo. And bamboo also very few species. Only 3-4 species are more dominant. They are taking the dominance of the bamboo species. That may cause, and that has to be taken care by the forest department as well as from the agroforestry department. So here at least regeneration of the forest. You just imagine the mother seeds or mother plants are very few, and mostly the bamboos are here, bamboo man. Again, bamboo also, different types of there. Some are runners. They will just run and comes up. So this Pacifera species, this bamboo, what is it? Melucana pacifera. This is a rooting system, it runs and it comes up. So these are more to be taken care. And the other bamboo types like Bambusa tulta or Dendrocalamus and all those, they grow in the clump. We can easily control the clump also, and we can regenerate the clump like that. So that is second one point. Here again, similar in the Nagaland also, the plain shaven area. But here some stumps you will find, and again especially some tribes, they don't cut almost all the tree. They left some of the the important tree species so that the seed dispersion and all, it will help in this dispersion of the seeds and regeneration of the forest. The characteristic of shifting cultivation, okay, those are those characters. I am emphasized here more towards in the traditional system. Cultivation of hill slopes with high rainfall, and this is a rotation. Shorter period and land use and longer periods of fallow. So maintaining the fallow, long periods of the fallow, the reforestation is better. Use of human labor as chief input. Here in the hill farming system, especially in Chum farming system, very simple tools are used and only human labors are used. No machineries or no animal is involved. But still then, the poor farmers, consecutively they maintain two type of field also. First year field and second year field also. But slowly these things are going away now. Then the use of simple implements, growing large varieties of crops. Large varieties of crops are grown in one field or in one fallow. Then land is mixed and multi-storage pattern and the sequence. Production of all possible crops of the family needs. Sources of sources of livelihood with assured means of production. This is a way of life. For the poor farmers. Those are very simple tools. Few are made by iron. The most of the implements are only this bamboo rags and plant materials. With the help of those few, the slash to the very large area of the forest. And I tell you, one thing, I think all over the world, for slashing the forest, Northeast will be the most expert. Because with a single family, just imagine within a week they can cut more than a hectare of field. Just imagine. And with using a very simple tools. Earlier, this thing, I think it is said that the British remarked to Nakas that Nakas will be the most expert using a very simple tools. Tao, Nakatao. So, as I mentioned, this is the scenario of the Chum field. Of course, this thing I will not read. I think you can easily read from this. On the slides. So like this is a second year fallow, and the plant which is left uncut or after pollarding, regeneration is taking place. Initial regeneration is taking place. And again, this is the maize, collected from the field. And we have got, I think the Nagaland Northeast is the secondary origin of the maize. Earlier it was not known, but now this is, people are saying that, and it is through some publication, this is already termed as the secondary origin of the maize. We can find so many germplasm and land races within the Northeast. The size of a small finger size maize. On the largest scope, of course this is not the largest, but the very largest scope is found in the Northeast. And so many different land races and very high germplasm has been documented from the Northeast, especially from Nagaland. So many variety has been collected. I was also involved in collection of that, and many variety has been included and it has been documented. So as I mentioned, the farming system is practiced traditionally, indigenously. And of course, sorry, it is not legible, cannot be read properly, but all the farming system is indigenous farming system. Indigenously it is practiced and traditional is there. See, for an example, elaborate field house is made, and that also, this is a chief, Konyak, Ang field house. For the chief, he has to, the villager has to make a different identical farmhouse, and those are the normal, common farm house of the normal, common farmers. And you see, as this, what is it? This is chief's field. This part is, you can see the demarcation log line here. From this side, from this this side is the chief's farm, and that is another follow, maybe second chief or like that. another farm field, and by practice, the bull left standing like this. If it is regenerated, that can grow into the forest. Otherwise, also it is left like that is for climbing the crops. Because in the shifting cultivation, in one go, and one year, by maintaining 5 canopy of the crops, the farmers manage 5 canopy. Lower canopy will be the runners. And the second canopy is the shrubs and herbs. Third canopy is the common main crops like paddy and maize. And the fourth canopy is again maize and a bit taller part. And the fifth canopy is climber one. Dioscorea or some beans will climb up to the fifth canopy. That the fifth stratification of the crops is cultivated in a single field. And they grow about more than 30 to 40 crops they grow in a single field by a single owner. See, this is a part of the fields, different part of the fields. The farmers, this is a food part, and they cultivate the flowers also, just to feel, because flowers are loved by everybody. So most of the whole day they are in the farm. So they may like to observe, they may like to enjoy seeing flower also. So they cultivate flowers also in the field, nearby the field house. And nearby the field house, they maintain the complex, very complex, like a small kitchen garden type. And that they grow most of the spices, chili, ginger, and all those things, which can be collect from the nearby. And this is one, again, interesting part you will see in this. The main field is this one. This is the main field, and there's a sort of a to protect the animals to enter the field. And this part is already outskirt of the field. But here, normally the outskirt or the peripheral of the field, the unwanted weeds comes up. Because they cannot maintain that and they cannot keep the margin there. For that reason, what the farmers they are doing that, they spread the millet. This is the millet, finger millets, outskirt of the field. They spread the finger millets because millets belong to a crust. So to compete with the other weeds, they spread the millets, and the millets will grow as a crust that will protect some other animals to enter also, or if some animal comes also, they will consume that crust, or otherwise, if it, and the later part, you will harvest the grains. So those are the millets, and this is outskirt of the main farm. And similarly, here also you'll find, and the outskirt and the peripheral of this thing, and here also you are finding that some particular crops are cultivated here. This is the tapioca, and this is again Perilla frutescens. And here you can see the farmers. They incorporate this is Macringa indica and Macringa tiltoides and Macringa species. They incorporate with the farming system by the Kunyas. Broadleaf, yes. It is very common, but they will weed out every other plant, but this is only the Macringa is allowed to grow in the farm. That means it has got a relation with the farming system. And now we have analyzed that and some mycorrhiza incorporate with this, and that helps in the, I think,
Other plants also.
yeah, other plants for the soil, for the soil. What is it?
Microrhiza is invasive species.
What is it?
Invasive species.
This 2-3 species are planted.
Invasive species.
It's not invasive. It's not invasive. This is no, it is not introduced. Also, it just grows like that. But while waiting, they preserve this to incorporate with the farming system. And after leaving the farm, when it becomes star fallow, the microrhiza will dominate. And it said that microrhiza has enriched the soil fertility. Microrhiza species, 2-3 species are the Microrhiza antica, Microrhiza rhindoides, and I cannot remember all the name right now. So that along with the chum cultivation decreases, and we have communicated the paper and this. And here, see the which is left uncut just after lopping the trees are rejuvenating, and then here the traditional log punting is used wherever the steeps are there. And here again, it is said that by in our tribes, it is said that while slashing, the whole forest should not be cut. I mean, slash or some of the part in the top of the hills or and between this deep gorges and all this, the left forest uncut to shelter the animals, birds, even the shelter the cot of the we call Muyutsumba cot. That means the crater cut. To shelter the crater cut, he left some forest uncut like this, in this way. So that is automatically, it's the concept of the conservation. If all those things is cut, that the regeneration of forest will not be taking place properly. See, as I mentioned, the cropping, even the petty, you know, and Nagaland, it has been recorded more than 700 something land races of the petty. And out of that, more than 400 upland variety. So, in a single field also, you can see the different stages of the variety, I mean the maturation. Some part is already harvested, and this is already mature now, it is to be harvested, and this is also maturing, and this is still taking more time to get mature. So that way, patches of the different petty varieties are cultivated so that if one fails also, the other one does not fail. That is the concept of the farmers, and moreover, that's how they conserve the germplasm also. So, Naka way of livelihood chum cultivation can be classified into 6 categories of practices based on the intercropping and sequential cropping pattern, mixed in multi-storied cropping, different tribal management practice based on its micro-climatic condition. So I have classified into 6 categories, mostly based on the cropping pattern, and those are practiced by the different tribes. So those are the 6 categories. 1 year cropping practice, which is practiced by Ao, Luta, Sangtam, Sumi, Pom, Lower Kunyaks. 2 years, follow years cropping practice is followed by Ao, Luta, Sangtam, Sumi, Chang, Pom, Lower Kunyaks, Imchongar, and Kimyongan. 3rd category is cultivation practice of Upper Kunyaks. The Upper Kunyaks, they are bordering to the Burma. They have a very unique shifting cultivation practices, highly appreciated. Of course, and later you will find that. So they have a very unique system cultivation practices. And then the cultivation practice of Eastern Nagaland, that is Yemchongan, Kemongan, and Chang. Those who are bordering towards Burma, Myanmar, they have a different practice. Different practice means same chung cultivation but based under different cropping pattern. And cultivation of chopsticks with paddy. Those are done by Angkami, Chakisang, Imchongan, and Kemongan. Shifting cultivation based on elder trees, Alnas nipalensis. That is practiced by Angkami, Upper Konyak, Eastern Sumi, Chang, Imchongan, and Kemongan. So this is the first category of shifting cultivation practice based on its cropping pattern. 1 year cropping. This is 1 year cropping. You will see the view of, the scenario of this different different part. This is log counterpanding is there to check the soil erosion. Again, to talk about the soil erosion. It is said that, and many of the researchers or the activists put the blame to the shifting cultivation that it erodes soil. Soil erosion is taken maximum because of the shifting cultivation. But to me, it is not true, and I have run the experiment of that, doing the soil erosion. Why? Because erosion, of course, in sloping land, even though in the deep forest, erosion in the sloping land is always occurred. But degree of the erosion is not much as per the blame put towards the shifting cultivators. Let me try to support this. The farmers, they try to check the soil erosion by those methods, logging, and then cropping also by means of cropping. You'll see in the later part of the slides. And here, physically, bamboo wall, they made the wall and they put this. And from the natural point of view also, the rainfall the main rainfall takes place in the midsummer, that is called summer or monsoon. Before that, there is a spring shower in the all over northeast that normally occurs in the March, April. That is not so heavy. So before that, the farmers, they sow the seeds. And the chung practice and the chunging system, the sowing seed is taken place in February, March. And by that time, the spring shower, the plants will be germinating. And the germination will be helped with the spring shower. And that is not heavy rainfall. The water, whatever it is, it comes from the rainfall that is just absorbed by the soil. And that helps to support the crops. Then before the monsoon comes, by that time already crop is already covered the field. As I mentioned, the ground cover, the the runners, all the cucurbits will be in the floor of the soil. Then followed by the grains, the paddy. So almost the soil, topsoil is covered, like in the other normal forests. So the rain, whatever the heavy rain comes during the monsoon that occurs in June, July, by that time the fields are fully covered with the crops, and erosion does not take much. It takes, no doubt, it takes the erosion, but it does not take much. The main erosion is land construction and development of the works. And sometimes, of course, it's being the landslide area, or sometimes landslide, natural phenomena takes place. So, the chum cultivation, if the chum cultivars, by the chum cultivation, if the land erosion has occurred that much in the sloping land, now there will be no soil left by this time, because this chum cultivation is generation after generation, so many years it is continuing, and still the soil can give back the vegetation. So these are the cropping category: main crops, secondary crops, tertiary crops. So in this practice, main crop is paddy and maize, and secondary is various varieties of the colocasia, and so many legumes and cucurbits and solanaceae groups are grown. Then the tertiary is tapioca, chili, perilla, fructusans, spices, medicinal plants, and etc. And others, those are the other crops. In the sequential practice, colocasia, maize, and paddy, these three, and that is as the main crops. And the secondary crops, various legumes and cucurbits and spices are taken as sequential cropping pattern. Yes. Time. Yeah. Okay. No, you only told me to take enough time, that's why. So this is the pattern of the cropping. You can see this. The millet is grown here in the outskirts, and this is again another potential. Now king chili, the hottest chili, is grown in this in the foothills of Nagaland, and farmers get lots of cash income out of that. See, you can see the chili. This is the hottest chili, and the cucurbits. In the field, the maximum crops are the cucurbits, apart from the paddy and all this. And this is a 2 years cropping pattern, followed by those tribes, and those are the crops. In this you can see, even banana and maize continuous cropping, and then those are the soybean. And then nowadays again agroforestry. After in the second year chum fallow, you will go for the commercial cultivation, commercial species. This is Tictuna crantis and Melina arborea are planted along with the rice in the second year fallow. And this is again in the altar-based farming system, the perilla fructusans are as a tertiary crop. And this is also again in the second year fallow, this sugarcane are grown, and bananas and sugarcanes are grown. And this is the upper Kunyak farm, practices, and those are the crops. And then this main crops, secondary, tertiary crops, those are the system. And this is the Kunyak, upper Kunyak practice. You can see that in the top, the forest is left uncut, and the slope, the chum has been cultivated. And then in the chum, this counterpart is done by means of cultivating the colocasia along with the paddy, so that the soil erosion is checked by the colocasia, and after weedings, all the biomass, the weeds are mulched into the colocasia plant, and you can see this how traditionally they are using the soil to check the soil erosion technology while doing the farming system. And you can, interestingly, you can see this practice is not followed in this. This is the lower part of the Konyak, and this is different villager field, and this is a different village field. So even though they are very close to each other, they have adopted the different practices of the farming system. And this is the most popular altar-based farming system practiced by the Upper Konyak here. Now this the farm is abandoned. The second year farming, the second year fallow is already done, and this is the after this, just after finishing the second year, now alder farm, the alder coppices are coming up and the alder trees are in the process of the for rejuvenation. See, even though in the low, very gentle slope also it does by this is all the Colocasia counterpunting. And between the patties are growing. Patties and different crops are growing in the field. So this is Cognac, Upper Cognac, we have the concept of to check the soil erosion, and the cropping pattern is followed as per the practice. This is Mchungari-chan eastern part cropping pattern. Here and that also, here again eastern part, the Colocasia, it is not maintained the counterpunting system, but as I mentioned, the Dioscura is climbing here where the stumps are kept. Dioscura is climbing, and this is again Chinupot. Chinupot was extensively used by the farmers. Now this is slowly that has been reduced, along with the maize and the chung cultivation, Chinupot, maize, and the patties are maintained here. And this is again the millet variety. Many were not thinking serious about the millets, but in Nagaland, many varieties of millets were cultivating by the tradition and by the farming system. And here, as I mentioned, the fifth canopy, that all the beans are raised to the pool. I mean, they have crept to the pool, and that is to be harvested in the last. That is normally harvested in the December and January. Rice bean, that is the rice bean, and different variety legumes are cultivated, and following the different sequential pattern. And suppose the one particular legumes is cultivated, next again within the same year, the next variety, another species will be grown. That way, soya bean, French bean, rice bean, and normal vegetable beans, all those things are grown continuously and 2 years cropping pattern. This is maize. After maize stalk, after harvesting the maize, it is just left like that without slashing, so that the French beans will sow in the nearby the in between the French beans will sow, and the French beans will that will creep to the maize plant. So after harvesting the maize, again you will cultivate the French beans, and the French beans will creep to these plants. And those are the sarcons and those are the chinopods. And there's again soya bean, and those are also sarcon. So different cropping pattern is followed, sequential and cropping together. So now the alderpeas farming system, you must have heard, everybody knows about it. Alderpeas, one advantage is that because by maintaining the stump for generation after generation, there is 200 to 300 stumps are still standing there. And after 2-3 years, the slash and burn, the chung cultivation is practiced. But still then within, just imagine, by maintaining the stump, and the rooting is done properly, and those are the deep rooters, and it fixes nitrogen to the soil with the help of the symbiosis that Frankia species, Frankia bacteria. And then the practice is that after lopping, this is after lopping, and within 2-3 years, they get a very huge biomass. The highest biomass you'll get from this alderpeas. And within 4 years, this is just completed 3 years, and this much biomass has grown. See, by maintaining 4 branch, let to grow, so many coppices will come up. But removing only leaving 3 to 4 or 5 maximum, you will leave the branches to grow. And since the plant has been already properly rooted into the soil, the growth takes fast, and it gives a very high biomass. It's very good for firewood. See, after cropping, after pollarding. The firewood has been collected and leaves and twigs are left for the burning. And this is after burning, the coppices are coming up and the vegetation is, you can see the different type of cropping is done. And this is just after the first or second year. I think this is after second year. No, first year. And second year you will follow again. And in the process of the second year, you will do the coppicing. Reduce the coppicing. And here also, so many coppices are coming up. You will reduce it. You will discard it, and you will leave only 3 to 4 branches so that it will grow fast. So this is alder-based farming system. Now the vegetation, the cropping, the vegetables, those are the various vegetables. So like this is highly medicinal plant and different vegetables. Of course, this is not from the chum. This is a tree species, tree beans, which by cultivating this kind of tree species, it fixes the nitrogen to the soil. And those are the different crops and different species of the vegetable, different crops of the vegetable. Those are the wild mangoes and the mangoes cultivated. Of course, this is not cultivated in the chum, but those are the different species. And this Solanum kelu is very popular in the Northeast. And crop diversity, I'm just showing the crop diversity. And this is a very unique ginger, highly medicinal ginger persins, which is found only in the Northeast. And again, this is a sweet cucumber. This is a very different variety. It does not grow in many places, only in some foothills in a particular belt only it grows. And this is the king chili, hottest chili that is grown in the chum. And those are the species like xanthoxylum. If the chum is abundant, xanthoxylum will also go away because it is very much associated with the chum cultivation. And till the forest is slashed and burnt, the xanthoxylum will not occur. So this scarification is required in the system. Those are some diversity of the rice bean. So many varieties, about 187 land races has been recorded from Nagaland to the NBPGR. Those are some of the variety of the crops. You can see different types of millets. All those are millets, finger millets, foxtail millets, those are also finger millets, foxtail millets, and as I mentioned, the different types of, very unique, different types of maize are grown in the chum cultivation. If the chum cultivation is abandoned or done away, all this germplasm will go away. Because those species, those germplasm cannot grow easily in the other farming system. So again, those are all those millets, different types of millets. And this is way of again storing by the farmers in traditional storing system. All those are, those are the millets. They kept in the kitchen so that it's smoked, and the pest infestation does not take, borer infestation does not take. So those are the millets, and those are the maize. And maize, of course, this is just temporary storing, and this is colocasia. After peeling, they dry in the kitchen. And those are the different crops, and not only the crops again in the chum. Some of the very interesting crops, like those are auricularia mushroom, continuously grows in the almost all the dead bark or dead logs. Different types of mushroom harvest from the farming, this chum cultivation. Apart from that, again, so many herbs and all those things are harvested. So advantage of the shifting cultivation, several crop species with divergent growth habits, stratified rooting system and mineral nutrients, enables to utilize optimum available space and resources. Multi-storage canopy helps in the many ways such are large leaf area intakes. And then protect the land from the extensive soil erosion, leaching to multiple croppings, provides and ensures the cultivation. Farmers manage to get all his diverse requirements, cereal, vegetables, spices, tuber, crops, fruits, medicinal, etc. from the same field. Where another farming system, in the same field you cannot harvest this much or you cannot grow this much crops. In conclusion, CHUM is a sustainable farming system can be yet modified and to continue to conserve the genetic resources and indigenous traditional knowledge for the future. With more research on its cultural dimension, some of its ill effects such as forest loss and population pressure and land can be minimized without completely turning away the farming system. So those are the chumias. You can see the poor farmers, start learning from this stage. They go to the field with the parents and they grow this up to this. And the youngsters now involving in the chum cultivation. This is our farm project farm. So with that, I will end my talk. You can see the regeneration of the forest, even though slash and burn is going on, but still the afforestation also grow to a very good luxuriant vegetation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Teacher. I hope you will be satisfied, and I'm happy that you have finished your talk just in 1 hour. We cannot spare. This was I think very else. I think I request all our other speakers to please finish in time. That would be better. If I have a poster, the poster stand has come. Please put your poster also. But I'll give everybody to speak something. So come over here. If we have some quick questions, I think with Professor Puchankrija, otherwise though we can go in the group discussions and we can just discuss over there.
I'm sure a lot of questions will be there. I'm willing.
We can start off. No? Yeah. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So next I think you have to be chair for the next session. Can start the next session. You have the program?
No. Okay.
Yes. Next session is yours to start.
To take this next season, here we have the speakers are Gaurav Mishra, Krishna Giri, David Vanlal Fakwama, S.T. Lalzoarazovi, Henry Sapalarana, Sapalarana. My very close friend Henry, I find difficult to pronounce his name. And then Kiki Joseph. This is the first part. And the second part is Itzo Ovong and Marcy Moment. So, in this I would like to do a little alteration. In the first part, 11, yeah, that will be 11 timing, as per the timing 11. The first part, Kiki Joseph will come to the second part. Then it will follow the second part. So this part will take 5% to speak. And the talk will be 6 into 15 minutes. It is given like that, only 6 minutes, approximately 6 minutes is given. So I would request all the speakers to give in a very brief and to the point. 15 minutes into 6, sorry, that's reversed. So anyway, it's all the same, 15 minutes into 6 or 6 into 15 minutes.
have posters also, so you can put over there. If you are not satisfied here, you put the posters over here. That's why I just want everybody to bring poster as well.
To speak, you please introduce your topic and what is talking. Okay.
Very warm good afternoon to all of you. Myself, Dr. Gaurav Mishra, working as scientist in RFRI. Actually, I am doing some project in on soil carbon dynamics, especially the modeling, how the soil carbon is going to be changed along with the different land uses over the years and the time period scale. So during that work, I have done this work to gather the information from the farmers how they are going to use the soil resource, because this is non-renewable resource, so they have their certain knowledge that they developed over the years, and it has been transferred from their forefathers to the ancestors. So that kind of information I have tried to gather from the local farmers, and as this workshop is about the novel ideas to this maintain soil fertility and nutrient status. So I think this kind of work will be good during this workshop. So rationale is like that. There's indigenous knowledge about soil and its general characteristics, fertility status on the basis of color, and how can it be better utilized for a crop is already evaluated by the farmers, and they are using this resource soil as per their experiences. So this kind of knowledge is quite important to judge the soil fertility and soil health. So as I told that ethnopathology is the traditional knowledge about the soil which they got from their forefathers, and it has been transferred from one generation to another generation. It's like that. So my objective is like that, to generate the information about the ethnopathological knowledge of the Garo community of Meghalaya, and to assess the soil fertility and carbon stock under the different soil types as per their knowledge, and the land uses, because they use the soil on the basis of color for the different crops. So the concept is like that. My study area is this Rongram block of this Garo Hills in Meghalaya. So to gather the information, the methodology is like that. We have interviewed 50 farmers in the Rongram block of this West Garo Hills, and simultaneously we have also collected the soil samples from their field. And we have judged the soil fertility on the basis of these two indices which are developed by the Moran and Liu, known as soil fertility index and soil evolution factor. So concept is like that, whatever they thought about the soil fertility on the basis of their experience, we are going to check whether they are as per these fertility indices or not. So this is about the study area. You can see that there is one natural forest also. Some rubber plantation, betel nut and agriculture areas are there. We have collected soil samples from different folk soil types. I will use the term folk soil types because these were the soil types they have made by their own. Whether if it is red, then they call that among gichak, then stony among rong, then black soils they called as among gisam. So the common word used for the soil in the Meghalaya, especially the Garo tribes, is the amang. So about the result, these were the ethnopathological features, the information given by the farmers. This red soil is called as gichak, and they can prefer this kind of red soil for the all crops, and it is very sticky is in the consistency as less compact in nature. Likewise, black soils, they say that it is very fertile, and they use for the black soils for the all crops, and the stickiness, and they are moderately sticky and less compact in nature. Likewise, amongst tapa, which is a clay soil, they don't use it for the crop production purpose. And these stony soils, which are less fertile, so they use for the plantation crops like betel nuts, that is the main major land use sector in this West Garo Hills. nowadays. So we have analyzed the soil properties in those soil types and compared them with the forest soil. Our results were like that. The black soils that they called as amangism, they are very good in the carbon content, this actionable cations and this phosphorus and potassium. One thing I noticed that pardon, this red soils, which is very acidic in nature, and they use that crop, this kind of soil for this rubber plantation and this tea cultivation areas. So on the red soils, they prefer this type of plantation crops, cash crops. So what I thought the major reason behind this, that this acidic soil having this limitation of phosphorus, because in the acidic soils, those who are working on soil science, they know that phosphorus is an element which fixed in the acidic range as well as in the alkaline range. Because in acidic range, they have the fixation with this iron and ammonium, while in the alkaline range, there is a fixation with the calcium, like calcium monophosphate, tricalcium phosphates. So fixation is there, and the phosphorus get precipitated out of the system. So I thought that this can be a problem to the area. This can be a problem in the low productivity, and why they are not using this for the agricultural crops, and they are using that only for this plantation cash crops like tea and rubber. So on the basis of this property, I have evaluated the soil fertility index and soil evaluation factor, but there is no statistical difference between these in these two indices on, and when we compared this carbon stock, it is varying significantly different under the different kind of soil, and it is high under the forest soil, especially that is obvious thing. But the black soils are also having the good amount of carbon content in comparison to the other kind of soils. So it's a 30 centimeter only, because it is a part of study, so we have not explored the whole area. Actually, sir, I have mentioned this in the yeah, it is mentioned here in the methodology. So our conclusions are like that: these black soils are found better in terms of nutrient and fertility. Red soils can also be used for cultivating crops other than the plantation crop with a better nutrient management option that we have to explore. And these stony soils can be used for this less nutrient demanding crops like betel nuts and all those things, because once you have established a betel nut plantation, it will survive for the 30 to 40 or 60 years. So they can be adjusted on this stony kind of soils. And ethnopedigree knowledge of farmers can serve as an important criteria to judge this nutrient status and soil health. And I have also, it's my opinion that this future further research is needed in those areas, especially for the Zoom soils. There is need to develop some fertility indices, because I have used the indices which are developed in somewhere else by the Liu and Moran. So there is need to develop some fertility indices for the Zoom soils especially, and soil fertility management options based on the traditional knowledge of community, because we have to, if we have to implement something, so it should be based on their tradition, because it will be easily adopted by the farmers. So, and soil acidity management, as I told that in red soils there is the fixation of phosphorus, so this area can also be explored for this in the upcoming project, or it can be a suggestion from my side. And this incorporation of ethnopedigree knowledge of the farmers in soil health assessment studies for better productivity and to guarantee the livelihood requirements. So that's my submissions to the hall, and thanks all. Thanks to all. Yes, sir. So from Arun Jyotinath, sir. Arun Jyotinath. Yes, sir. I have seen. But the characteristics are more or less same, but the nomenclature used by the Assamese communities are different. Yeah, yeah. So it's only a simple kind of a study for a side work. So I think that's all from my side. Yes, sir. Especially the modeling part using the Rossi model, which is developed by the Romsted, UK. No, sir. Yeah, I have trying to learn from my side, and I am working with the one another collaborator from Italy, Rosa Franciglia. So we are communicating only on mail, sir. And we have a recent publication in Stratton also, and one more publication in the pipeline with the Lal Saab, Ratan Sal Saab, on the same modeling of this carbon in the Garo Hills. Thank you, sir.
Any question? Any more question? Okay. If there's no one, now Krishna Giri. So, okay.
Elder-based only. Honorable Chair and all the dignitaries present here. A very good afternoon to all of you. Myself, Dr. Krishnagiri. I am working as a scientist in Rainforest Research Institute under Indian Council of Forest Research and Education, Dehradun. And for the last 4-5 years, I have worked in Nagaland. I have completed 2 projects. One was in traditional fallow management practices. Among them, this one, elder-based of Khonoma is one. And in other parts of the Nagaland, sometimes the people are using these pulse legume crops in the mixed cropping system so that the productivity can be enhanced. That I explored for microbial diversity, soil properties and productivity purpose. Another project, I extracted isolated some of the microorganisms, and as you told, sir, in your introductory remark, you applied some of the microbial consortia and yield was improved. Similarly, I also did the same experiment in Mokokchung and in some of the terraces of this Khonoma. I also found the same results. In some of the cases, the productivity goes up 1.5 and 2 folds, and 2.5 also. That was the response of consortia. Consortia was consisting of that Pseudomonas fluorescens, Bacillus subtilis, and Azoospermillum. Yeah, Azoospermillum performed good in that waterlogged soils because it is a microaerophilic in nature. So in this presentation, I will show a brief experiment which I conducted on the productivity and soil nutrients of this Khonoma village. This is one of the prominent agroforestry system, or we can say shifting cultivation model in eastern Himalaya. But as sir already given a detailed account of the shifting cultivation practices in Nagaland, now the people of other districts where this elder can be grown are adopting the system. But this is a unique one. The productivity of this village is very higher than the other parts. So no, this is Khonoma village in Kohima. It is 20 kilometers away from western side to Kohima. That is a heritage village and known as the first green village of Asia due to their conservation oriented practice. So next please. Next. Oh, sorry. So already it is a elder Elnus nepalensis, which is known as a Himalayan elder. One of the 2 species of Himalayan elder are there, Elnus nepalensis and Netida, distributed in eastern and western Himalaya. So it is an actinorhizal, though it is non-legume, but it has the tendency to form that root nodules, and those root nodules are the powerhouse of nitrogen fixation. The nitrogen fixation in association with the actinomycetes frankia. Frankia is reported to be associated with this, and I have also cultivated to check that whether the frankia is there or not, that alni. So we found that it is there in the root nodules. Cultivation of elder trees in fallow zoomland improves soil fertility and crop productivity. I will show some of the photographs by various ways. This productivity improvement happens due to this Elnus nepalensis. Then the pollarding practice is very unique. They are doing it as a very scientific manner. Though they are not a scientist, but without having any scientific intervention from the part of scientist or academician, they are managing a high level and a sophisticated level of management. That is more than a scientific knowledge. So that is traditional one. That knowledge has been evolved through the generation to generation, passing from old generation to now. Till now it is maintained. And it is
reported that the village is more than 700-year old. Origin of that village, one of the oldest village in Nagaland, and that the elder trees are even that now the 100 to 200-year old trees are there in their fields. That parent trunk, then they pollard it periodically, and they get the every type of commodity, that fuel wood and that firewood, other things, timber from these, and in return they are getting good crops and good productivity in that soil. So this is the distribution of Himalayan elder. Two species are there, and then temperate region, non-legume nitrogen fixing, which is known as actinorhizal plant. So in that Khonoma village, the village interspersed with elder trees. In some of the part of that village, elder trees are grown, which are reported to be 100 to 200, 300 year old. Still they are healthy. And many trees are already I mentioned, and the system provides about more than 50 crops. The diversity of crops in different layer, as mentioned by the sir, that diversity is very high. And at the same time, that with the diversity, productivity is also very high, non-comparable to with other systems in this Eastern Himalaya. It is really unique. However, elder-based system allows two harvests in 2 out of 4 years. There are two cropping systems followed by 2 to 5 years of that fallow period, then again pollarding. So this is a very unique system. And in this system, I studied microbial diversity, soil nutrient, leaf litter decomposition, and addition of nutrient after this leaf litter decomposition. Though the decomposition of elder leaves was slower than other pulse legume crops, because those legume leaves were decomposing fast, but its decomposition in that system enrich the humus in the soil, as well as nutrient cycling is very fast. And the system is very sound, robust, because low nutrient use efficiency, less input and more output productivity. So I did some of I will show the parameters related to soil productivity, soil nutrient fertility and productivity. I am not showing the microbial part here, and already I have presented in somewhere else in that experiment. So you can see these pollarded trees in the left side, pollarded. After pollarding, new copices come out from that system, and even these copices are 100 to 200 sometime. So after maturity, after 6 months or 1 year, they select them, thinning operation. They keep only 3 or 4, depending upon the parent health of the parent trunk, how much it can bear, it can sustain for that purpose. So you can see the pollarded elder trees. Under that trees, mainly potato cultivation is the dominant one. Though this system harbor more than 50 crops, cereals, pulses, and other cucurbitaceae members, climbers, all those things. But the major crop I found last 4-5 years is the potato, followed by cabbage and vegetable, mainly vegetable. Though I have heard that earlier they used to cultivate paddy in this elder-based system, but now they are not growing, sir. I have not seen during my visit. Yeah.
Because they get the cheaper government supply.
Yeah.
Rice is supplied by
Oh.
the government subsidy.
Yeah.
The subsidy product is for some time. After a few years, you will put paddy as well as the job steers,
Yeah.
as well as the
Maize. Yeah. But paddy nowadays they are not growing paddy in that Jhum area, that is upper side of that village, and so these areas are very highly rocky. Then this soil is enriched mainly due to these elder trees, nitrogen fixation due to this symbiotic association, and the leaf litter decomposition during 4 to 5 years of fallow period. It enrich this phosphorus and other nutrients in the soil. But at the time of pollarding, what they do, they pollard and they collect the timber for that wood. That wood is used for timber, charcoal, firewood, etc. And remaining the twigs and branches and small branches, leaves, they burn. As it was discussed that burning is essential for this shifting cultivation. It is true. It gives multiple benefits. So this operation is happened there also. And surrounding that village, there are huge mountains, rocky mountains, and these mountains are very lush green with the vegetation, because the villagers are not dependent on those natural forests. They are doing all their cultivation, firewood, timber, charcoal, everything they are getting from this elder-based system. That's why that village is known as Asia's first green village. They're very unique, conservation oriented. So this is the that potato cultivation, and you can see the photographs, and the farmers are working, and our team for soil sample collection and do analysis. So we did some of the leaf litter decomposition experiment to see that how much time these leaf are taking to decompose and nutrient cycling. So this is the productivity estimation using. Yeah. Yes, sir. Both the method we did. One this leaf nylon bag as you are asking, and another one is we kept the leaf in the spots. We see periodically what addition is going on. We compared with other species also. In other parts of Nagaland, they cultivate these legumes in the mixed cropping system. So legume leaves are decomposing faster than the elder leaves. Yeah. But after decomposition, there was good amount of nutrient release, and the nutrient cycling is fast in this system. Conservation is less. So these were the results. We can see these nitrogen and phosphorus are the major limiting nutrient, and even after the crop was in peak growing season, the nitrogen content was available, nitrogen was this. So in abundant or fallow elder based system, we got more than this nitrogen kg per hectare. So this we can see. Yeah, this one is available nitrogen. 190 kg. Yeah, 193 kg. 0 to 30, sir. During this peak growing season. So this is rich in nutrients, sir. And the soil looks like a compost or vermicompost. Very rich in humus. Yes, sir. Two papers I have published in that, and this one is not published. I think I will contribute in your proceeding, this part. So we did productivity, because I found in the literature that the system is very productive, very nutrient rich and all those things. Nutrient studies already has been done by other researchers. This part I covered in this. So in our pot experiment, we added the known quantities of elder leaves in the soil, deficient soil. So we found that after 60 days, 0.7% nitrogen addition. But we compared that in Zoomland soil, we hardly found this much of nitrogen, available nitrogen. It is either 0.1, 0.2, 0.4 like this. So this is the and then potassium, that phosphorus, organic carbon is also rich in field also, 3.81, high organic carbon. And if you look into the productivity, I think the figure are not visible from here. I estimated the productivity of potato. It was 9.24 tons per hectare, and far higher than the district average. It is 5.87 tons per hectare for Kohima. And similarly, cabbage productivity, I observed in my experiment that 18.21 tons per hectare, and it was quite close to the district average of 19.45 tons per hectare and state average of 20 tons per hectare. So this is the productivity status, and mainly they focus on potato cultivation. That's why the productivity is also high, and they are cultivating potato as a dominant crop, followed by other primary, secondary and tertiary crops like this. And another thing is that they have a good terrace system, wet rice terrace cultivation below the village. And what is unique in that is that in this terrace system, this stream is coming from that forest area, from that elder grown areas and natural forest. So whatever the nutrient wash out from due to rainfall and water coming down, they are utilizing in their terrace farm. This is one of the unique nutrient management system. So their nutrients are not going out from the system. That's why they are cultivating paddy in that terrace field only. In that elder grown areas, they mainly focus on vegetables and millets and other things. But in these terraces, they are irrigating these terrace farm with this stream coming from that upper side. So whatever nutrient leaching is happening, wash out is from the system, that is being utilized downside. You can see the whole scenario. And after paddy crop, in this gestation period, after harvesting paddy, these villagers are cultivating some tubers like these tubers or garlic and other vegetables in this farm also. And the paddy husk, paddy straw is used for mulching. They are mulching it for the next cropping season. This is the unique system. So their nutrients coming out from that hill region are being utilized here. So this is one of the unique management system in Khonoma. So in conclusion, what I can say that the Angami farmer of Khonoma village have developed elder-based, very sophisticated and high level of management system based on their traditional knowledge. It was percolated from their ancestors to now till date they are managing this system. Even after 100 years of pollarding, the yield, the health of parent trunk, parent trees well maintained. And the strong plant microbe interaction is reason behind this, because this system, otherwise this old, that well rooted, well deep rooted trunk, parent trunk is able to provide the ample nutrient to those newly emerged sprouts, that pollarded sprouts, that copaceae. That's why they are becoming big trees now. Otherwise it is not possible that old trunk is providing sufficient nutrient. And it is due to, because that ample amount of desired nutrients are present in the soil, and nitrogen fixation is happening due to this symbiotic relationship and fast decomposition of leaf litter, and their management system is adding that other nutrients in the system. That's why this system is very much productive. This is their traditional way of land preparation before cultivation. I was there during that time for my study visit, so I captured these photographs. That slash and burn, that pollarding of the trees, then after burning and preparation of the land. This is a customary. They celebrate as a festival to it. So this is all about my presentation. Thank you very much. And that first photograph showing the natural vegetation near their village. So it is very dense forest.
Any question? Yeah, please.
One nice point I wanted to mention. Pollarding, exactly what I meant was, is it like cutting the plant shorter or?
Yeah. 2 meter, 2 and 3 meter above the ground. I was, yeah. You see, these are the parent trunk, the pollarded trees that hide.
Okay.
After this pollarding, new copaceae will come out from that,
Okay.
and you will see the situation like this. Photograph second photo.
They will help in sustaining of the ecosystem.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice.
Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Anyone? Okay, now may I call the third speaker, David Fakloma. So sorry. Your first name is David.
Yes.
So I will call David.
Yeah, David is here. You are calling David only. Because that one is little difficult to.
Thank you so much, Sapu sir. It's the second time I met him. The first time was in 2015 here in this same place. That also, it was, we were having a workshop with the Minnesota University. So when those foreigners are coming, then we met, I think. This afternoon I will be talking something which might be very, I don't know, you might think it is less scientific, but it is policy based and trying to correlate the policies and the practices out here. So I don't know how it will come to you, how will you catch it up, but I'm talking with special reference to Mizoram. Okay, forest and land use systems in Mizoram and analysis. As like I said, it is policy based. My main focuses will be on the impact of policies on the forest cover and forest qualities of Mizoram, because all these land use policies which we have here are focusing on substituting or maybe twin of this Zoom or the shifting cultivation. In the local language, we call it lone, which I feel more comfortable to say than Zoom. So if I say lone or low, then I'm talking about this Zoom system, okay? Is it okay now? So we all know the system and the steps of the Zoom cultivation or the Lonei. So now is the time for this cutting, and I don't know what is wrong with the display. Okay. No, this part is okay, but the display, why is it flickering? Okay, I think I can continue to speak. Not much thing in the slide, so uh, let me talk about it. So I think to those of you who were coming by plane, you can see while you were looking down from the plane, you can see that now is the high time for cutting the forest. Most of the forests for this Zoom system are prepared, and then they are left to dry. So, but that is not that is in the month of June, that photo. Okay. There are several land use based policies in Mizoram which have been enacted and which have been practiced, like the garden colony system. It was practiced way back in the 1980s, and then after that we have these land use policies by the land use policy by the Congress Ministry, and then after that we have the Zoom control by the MNF, and then when the MNF ministry was replaced by the Congress they propounded a new policy called the New Land Use Policy. And then after 10 years, it was replaced by MEP, which means Mizoram in Total project, which means self-sufficiency program of the Mizo. It is more or less similar with this. And then in the past 10 years, we are having another policy yet again that is called as the revised New Land Use Policy, which is the revised version of the New Land Use Policy. So we can see that the land use policy, the New Land Use Policy, and the revised New Land Use Policy, those are the policies of the Indian National Congress, and then the Zoom control and the MEP. And currently they are talking about this SEDP. It is more or less the same. They belong to the same ministry again, Zoom control, MEP and SEDP. And the garden colony it belongs to another party. They are now very weak, so I don't know whether they would last another 5 years again or not. Okay, I'm not talking about party politics, but since they are the one who are propounding all these policies, so we need to mention their names. So all these land use based policies, they have a specific goal which is almost similar in every policies that we saw. And then, but the way how they practice or they carry out these policies, it might be different, but almost they have the same goal, that is to end shifting cultivation. And then to introduce alternative or the permanent means of livelihood for the Jumia or the Lonei Tute. And then restoration of ecological balance, that is their claim. And then promoting quality planting materials. Within the past 20 years in Mizoram, I think more than 8 new exotic species of bamboos are introduced. And then from the horticultural and the agricultural crops, lots are introduced. So maybe that is one of the results that we have seen through this promoting quality planting materials. And now under this SEDP in the present ministry, the ministry are also trying to introduce yet another 2 new bamboo exotic species. So those are the highlights of the land use based policies in Mizoram. So let us see from the data of the Forest Survey of India. We can see that these are the forest cover area of Mizoram. So I don't know whether it is visible or not. From 2001, let us say from 1998 is not here because it these reports are published in odd years, not in the even years. So from here, we have these policies called the MEP, and then 1997 till 2003, we have MEP. 2003, it will come in the next slide. Let me go to the next slide. Okay. Yeah, I think that is far more visible there. These are the representation of the forest quality in terms of density. The blue line, the blue histogram here, refers to the very dense forests which have more than 70% of tree cover. And then the red line, it is moderately dense forest, that is 40 to 70 density. And then the green, 10 to 40% of tree covers in the forest. So we can see that we have a very, very low, very dense forest, while the open forest and the moderately dense forests are very high. So this has something to do with the forest land use policies, because whenever a land use policies are enacted, then the first thing they do is distribute the land to the individuals. So that means that there is the amount of land available for the public, especially for the Jumia, is decreasing. We often blame that because of the population growth that there is few land. There are few lands for the Jumias. But technically speaking, what I feel is that when lands are privatized, then there are very few spaces left for the Jumias. That is, I think, that is the major thing that we have to address too.
Privatized means you mean some government policies are there, they are demarcating the land to some other
Yes, especially for the oil palm cultivation. Some people from the agriculture and the horticulture departments are here. I think they can speak clear more cut to that. But the thing is that when they offer for that oil palm, then they will allot at least 4 hectares or 5 hectares of land to individuals. In paper, it is said that it is on lease for 10 to 50 years, 20 years. But then after 20 years, if they continue to keep on maintaining or managing that land, then ultimately they can have this land settlement certificate. So that is the thing which has been happening since the past 30 to 40 years. So that means that private land is increasing and the land for the public, for the grassroots of the society are decreasing.
You mean all the land that belongs to the government, not to the public?
The thing is that there are the land use system, the land ownership system is very tricky here. Some lands belongs to the village council or the gaubura, what we call, and then whenever they open for the next year cultivation, then they would distribute the land, and then when it is in shifting cultivation, then the next year they would just leave that land and they'll go elsewhere. But whenever permanent cultivation is offered, especially those oil palm, teak, eucalyptus, tung plantation, and those things, then those are permanent. So ultimately, it goes to the private. Okay, so here's another data. We can see the impact of these policies. In 2001 and 2, the land use based policy which is in function was the MEP, and then the very dense forest was only 84. But then in the year 2003 to 4, it climbs up to 133. So slowly the very dense forest is increasing, but moderately dense forest is decreasing. We can see that. And then the open forest also is increasing. That is, to me, it is very alarming. Because if the quality of the forest is not good, and then that means that if moderately dense forest or the open forest is increasing, that means that the maturity of the forest is questionable. Yes.
How are these numbers quantified? Is it through remote sensing or is it through ground truthing or something?
Yes, remote sensing, 100% remote sensing. by the Forest Survey of India. So if you doubt this data, then that means that you are doubting the Forest Survey of India, not me. So I'm extracting from them. So I don't know how, in ground reality, I don't know how true these things are, but these are the data that the government is approving. So ultimately, we have to follow this data. So here we can see that in 2019, the open forest is slightly lesser than the previous assessment. But then you can see that the moderately dense forest, maybe this 60 square kilometers are transformed to, I don't know, it is not, it cannot be, 157. So it is, this data set also, if you compare very carefully, then it is very difficult to understand, even the FSI data also. So that is the, actually, what I mean to say here is that we can see that these land use-based policies are having a direct or indirect impact on these forest covers and the forest qualities of the state. Like I have mentioned that their main goal is to win off the Zoom system, thinking that ecologically Zoom is not good. To retain the ecological balance, they are introducing all these permanent types of cultivation, whatever. But then ultimately, whenever those permanent cultivations are introduced, then we can see that the forest is declining. After every 2 years when those policies are introduced, then we can see that there is a decline in the forest, especially in the quality of the forest. So, are we supposed to win off this shifting cultivation or to optimize with respect to Mizoram? What we have heard so far are, are the things that the Mizoram have to follow, I think, to optimize the Zoom system of cultivation. I have traveled far and wide of Mizoram, almost every corner. And then these Jumia, whenever I talk to them, I interact with them, then they say that it is very tiresome and they want another sort of income. But then those things, those policies hardly reach them. Maybe we can blame the system also. It is very painful for them. When they harvest, when mandarin was introduced, they harvest a lot. But then there was no market, so they just spill on the road and to let it be trampled by those vehicles. And then we have those gingers. They produce a lot, but then they just left it rot away like that, because there are no plan for the market, and then there are no proper policy for the post-harvesting treatment and those things. So that is one of the things that we should be taking care of. Even if our production is increased, but then if there is no market, what is the point? But when the Jumia, they are cultivating and then they are self-sufficient of themselves, then is that not enough for them? Why should we always measure everything in the values of, why should we always quantify everything in the values of money? They work very hard to earn money, but then that they're working hard give them some sort of disease, then they have to spend all their money to take care of themselves. So what's the point? When they are self-sufficient of themselves and healthy and fit, then they are self-sufficient, they are satisfied with that. When government is introducing policies, their neighbors are receiving and they are not receiving, then that creates a problem among themselves. That is, like I said in my introduction, it is not that scientific, but it is something that we have to do, because shifting cultivation or the land use system, whatever we have discussed here, ultimately it has to reflect to the policies of the government. If it is not, then there's no point of discussing here. So with that, I conclude. Thank you so much.
Basically, this exotic type of bamboo species which you have introduced, where do you get them from? And regarding the database, and regarding also the hydroclimate situation, are they really going to pick up and do they have much commercial value or ecological value?
Yes, thank you so much for the question. I was in the monitoring team for the National Bamboo Mission for 3 years, I think. I wandered here and there. And then whenever we went to the field, their plantation sites, then those exotic species which they introduce, they are hardly, within 3 years they are supposed to be full grown, but they are hardly around 10 feet, and then their size, the calm size also is only very small. They are not successful, frankly speaking. And the species which they have introduced, actually, let me be frank with that. The minister, the chief minister the present chief minister was the chief minister during that time. He wants some bamboo. I don't know. If I speak on bamboo, then I can continue bamboo because bamboo is my research area. So, he wants Philostachys edulis, but he could not get that species. And so from all over the country, from biotech industries and whatever, they have supplied, I don't know, more than 10 species like the Bambusa bamboos, which is very difficult to harvest. Bambusa balcua. They have given me a sapling of Bambusa balcua, they said. It was hardened there in Lengpui, there at Lengpui. And then when I cultivated, then it turns out to be Bambusa tulda.
Do you want bamboo planting material?
No. The thing is that what I'm saying is that it is not the policy which the state is envisaging is not similar to the thing that they are getting from their supplier. That is the main thing. So actually, it is a fault of the system, I should say. So I think let me not stress much on that. So the commercial plantation of those bamboos in the past 20 years are not successful. And now the chief minister is trying to introduce yet another species. I have written a very lengthy article about it in our local newspaper, and I don't know how they are receiving it. He was trying to introduce Dendrocalamus asper and that one, I forgot, some species from Nagaland. Yeah. No, not gigantea. Asper and no, Tulda is locally available here. No, not Hamilton. It's available here. I forgot. Asper, yes, Asper. Yeah. Yes. So it's like that. It won't be that successful. Yes.
It is growing well in other parts other than Northeast India.
Yes, definitely.
I think one plantation is there in Sarchip, along with this Dendrocalamus.
There in Serchip, Hamiltona is the maximum. That belongs to Pusai Kuma.
NBM first.
Yes. So I think we should not talk about bamboo. I can keep on saying the whole afternoon.
No, nowadays, but government of India is also talking much about bamboo.
Okay.
Now it is the matter of country.
This is another topic, I think.
Yes.
This is our topic.
Now that
We cannot ignore it, but I think we can keep it separately. Otherwise, it's confusing. I think.
Yeah.
Thank you, David.
Okay.
For my presentation. Policy is also very much important.
Yeah, we have to really think in this line also policy. And here, one thing, suppose, just bambusa, talking about the bamboo plantation, we have to think from the aspect of the ecological aspect also. Because bamboo is not a good plant actually. This may have a very good demands in the market and all those things. Here, even though in a very difficult terrain, Mizoram has got a very good market system for the bamboo through the transport through the stream, through the rivers. Otherwise, in Nagaland, it is again very difficult, and vice versa. But again, that way in Nagaland, we have got many species, about 57 species of bamboos are recorded from Nagaland. But again, for exploring, it's a bit difficult. Okay, now next I call for the next speaker, S.T. Lal Zovi. So sorry. Lalzar Zovi.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I will be speaking a bit about the shifting cultivation practices in Mizoram and the crops cultivated and the role that they play in agrobiodiversity conservation. Okay, so a brief overview about Mizoram. The geographical area is 21,087 square kilometers. We have a population of around 10 lakhs. Now I think more than 11 lakhs. This was according to 2011 census. Then male is around 55,000, 5 lakhs 55,000. Females 5 lakhs 41,000. Then I don't. So you can see that we are not that, our population is not very high. Okay, so only around 10 lakhs. And we have 11 districts now. It was 8 initially, but 3 districts were declared last year. And I tried to get the new map for that, but it's not available, so I have shown the map with the 8 districts. Okay. And the shifting cultivation in Mizoram, Sir has spoken about shifting cultivation in Nagaland. Everything is almost the same. Okay, so this is closely linked with the socio-cultural life of the people. It is labor-intensive. The labor is not provided by some workers. It is provided by the whole family. And it requires, the thing about shifting cultivation is that it is practiced by the very poor people in the state. So one of the main appeal is that it requires almost no capital, okay, in the initial input, and most of the seeds they get from their own fields from the previous years. So this is one of the appeal of the shifting cultivation. And according to 2001 economic census, 60.6% of total workers are engaged in agricultural activities. And from this, most of them are practicing jhum cultivation. Okay, so it is still the biggest source of livelihood. So this is the area under shifting cultivation. As my colleague has just presented, there are many government policies that have tried to eradicate shifting cultivation. And because of that, the area under shifting cultivation has decreased by almost 56% in a decade. Okay, so in the beginning of the 11th plan, we had around 44,947 hectares under shifting cultivation, while in 2017 to 18, it has been reduced to 19,587 hectares. Okay, so the steps involved, the first step is the distribution of land. We are all familiar with this. I will just give a brief timeline on this. Felling of trees that is going on now. This differs with villages. In some villages, it starts as early as October the previous year. So it depends on the village and how early they're distributing the lands for the shifting cultivation. Then we have creation of fire lines. So this is very important, especially in our area, because it's so hilly, it's very difficult to put out the fires. Okay, and the thing about fires here, we don't have much water supply for the fields. So if there is a fire, all of the community, they go there and they use, this is very interesting because they won't use any other, they don't use water, they won't use some other tools. They use only that tempui, the knife that they use for cutting the fields, and they go there and they use the branches from the cut trees to put out the fire. So it is a very dangerous process as well. So creation of fire lines, usually they make around 3 to 4 meters around the Jum lands, the Jum plots. Then burning and collection of leftover pieces. Now the news today, the government gave a new directive that all the Jum land should be burned before 15 March this year. Okay, so then we have the construction of Tham. This is the Jum hut for the year. Then preparation of sites. Then sowing of seeds is done for the main crop is paddy. So April to May, before the pre-monsoon rains. Then other crops from May to June. Then we have weeding in the first year. In 3 weedings within the whole year. First weeding is May to June. By then the crops will be only a few inches in height. Then again in June to July. Then the last weeding is in August to September. Then harvesting and storing. That means harvesting of the paddies, it begins from September because we have some paddies which are harvested early like Buban, Ida, some varieties. Then the main paddy that what we call bupui that is harvested in November. Okay, then abandoning of site. These are the steps involved in Mizoram. Okay, so about the cultivated crops, these are the main cultivated crops. I have given only the pictures and the scientific name. Okay, this is okra, onions. We call this mizo purun. Okay, garlic, pineapple, groundnuts. Okay, and this is ashgard. Okay, the perilla. Is this a type of sesame? Like the sesame seeds. We call this toti. A spice, yes. Oil seed. Oil seed. Oil seed. This is toti. Then brassica. This is. We have so many varieties of this. Okay, and this we call this antram. We have broccolis. This is another type of antram, feren antram we call this. Then we have cauliflowers, okay, and cabbage, nol kol, okay, and turnips. Then we call this beliang, leguminous, genus gajen. And this is the bird eye chili. Okay, so this has been geographically indicated for Mizoram. And this is watermelon. Then this is, we call this puinam. This is the leaves are eaten here. It's very good for high blood pressure. Okay, then we have colocasia. The leaves are eaten and the tuber is also eaten, prepared in different ways. We have we call this mazil. This is cucumber, pumpkin, turmeric. Okay, and this is called ting tomato. Okay, so it's a type of not type of tomato, tree tomatoes. Then we have carrots. We have sesames, tibung, bepui, bakor. Okay, and this is. We call this bekang. Usually we use this in the fermented form or boiled just like that. Then hibiscus. Then this is called bashra. And this is called bottle gourd. Then this is A. Then we have this lufa. Then tomatoes. We have so many types of tomatoes. I've given the cherry tomatoes here. Then we have pang bal here. This is the bitter gourd. This is the spiny gourd. Then we have tobacco. We have rice, so many varieties of rice. We have beans, French beans. These are peas. Then wing beans, mula, This is Iskut, we call this, okay, chow chow. And we call this samtrok, then brinjals. We have many land races of this. Then we have alu and trokde. Okay, we call this berul. This the leaves and both the beans they are eaten, and this is bete. We call this bete. Then another type of beans. Then we have so many types of maize, ginger. Okay, and okay, so this is also cultivated. We call this faisa, and this is lengseer. This is a herb. Then this is anling. We call this anling. This is alocasia. Okay, so these are the main crops cultivated. I've not included everything. Okay, all that I could find. Why do we need to conserve agrobiodiversity? Okay, so according to the FAO, more than 90% of crop varieties have disappeared from the farmers' farms. Okay, this is mainly because of the, we have gone for uniform bred varieties, mostly due to this green revolution and industrial agriculture. So there has been a huge decrease in the number of crop varieties. There is the decrease in the food production system as well, in the way that we are farming. And farmers, they are cultivating fewer varieties of crops. They are replacing the local varieties with the improved varieties, improved higher yielding ones. So all this has led to a reduction in the genetic resource base, what we call the genetic erosion. Okay, so this is we need to conserve land races because we know that they have very good breeding potential. Okay, so with the changing climate that we are facing right now, new diseases are coming up, new pests, they are coming up. Okay, and so in order to fight all this, we need the local cultivars, or we need the wild species so that we can breed more resistant species, which are resistant to droughts, which are resistant to pests, which are resistant to diseases. So we know the need for this agrobiodiversity conservation. So this ex situ conservation of agrobiodiversity have been found to be inadequate, mostly because there has been some sampling, inadequate sampling, and it is not possible to have the whole range of crop, okay, the whole genetic range of a crop in one gene bank. So in situ or on-farm agrobiodiversity conservation has been advocated recently. This has been practiced by farmers for so many centuries, but it has recently gained recognition. Okay, so what this shifting cultivation, the type of cultivation that we are doing in Northeast India, in Mizoram, it is a type of this in situ or on-farm conservation of agrobiodiversity. Okay, because we are cultivating so many crops in one field. Okay, around more than maybe 40 crops can be found in one field in a single year. So in that way, we are conserving the land races. And we know that we have so many land races here in the Northeast. In Mizoram, they have found more than 110 land races of rice. Okay, so in that way, we have so many varieties of chilies, maize, rice. So the farming that we are doing now is a on-farm system of conservation of agrobiodiversity. Okay, so this is just a photo of the types, the maize that we have here. Okay, it's okay. Thank you.
So, any question on that? Yeah, please.
She was mentioning very well about what cultivars and gene banks of which are available in the north.
Yes.
I know diversity is getting destroyed, but what steps are being taken to preserve it and also to propagate these gene banks on other parts of India?
Mostly, I think the work is done by the ICAR, collection of the germplasms, all those. But the state, I don't think it has any plans for this agrobiodiversity conservation as such.
Right now, recently what you mentioned about taken up. So it is already being coined, and then it's already being coined and then registered already. Likewise, new varieties of maize are also going to become, is coming up from ICAR, and then even our Perilla fruits, some of them are going to be registered very soon. It is in the process of registering.
But are we submitting an NPPR comment?
Yes, yes, yes. In fact, that's also done.
Yes, sir. Many varieties are being preserved there in NPC.
Thank you so much.
They have one.
Now may I call Dr.
resources based.
Henry?
But from this part also, lots of
Thank you very much. And then, respected colleagues, our researchers here, and many of our scholars here, I would like to say many things, but within these 15 minutes, let me try to say something which regarding formulating feasible approaches for nutrient management in shifting cultivation scenarios in these eastern Himalayan regions. Okay. Before going to the topic, let me take a short prologue of that also. My great-grandfather was a hardcore farmer, hardcore Jumia, so they say operating somewhere nearby Kolasib area. Next, my grandfather came in. Somehow he was changed, his system of farming was changed into mandarin cultivation. My father was next. He didn't do much on mandarin. He became a worker in an office. Now it's me, like this again. And then what my daughter is planning right now is something else outside Mizoram again altogether. That is how the general people of the entire of Northeast wish to do. Toiling in the Jumland is quite difficult. We have been together with Dr. Sapu, Dr. Dipendra Thakuria, Dr. N.C. Talukdar, and so many other people in the Jum system. And then even me, I was, so to say, brought up in the Jumland. And then many of this Jum knowledge has been imparted as my age grows up. And then somehow I inculcated this knowledge in the system of research. We have been along with Dr. Sir Tripathi, like he said, he has mentioned before that there was a previous project on Jum. So in that project, I did my PhD too. So somehow things have been happening like that. And today, what I'm going to speak on the perspective of a farmer, not on the perspective of a researcher or something like that. Because right now I'm working in KVK system, Krishi Vigyan Kendra, as senior scientist and head. And then whatever comes to our knowledge is usually the hue and cry of our farmers, what they need, what are the things. So I'm going to speak much on the in terms of the farmers. And you may take me to be representing some group of farmers somewhere. Okay, that would be better. See, I'll just put a small introduction. See, possible, there have been so many possible means, ideas of augmenting nutrient supply in the Jum system from before. Because many efforts have also been taken up since decades, for a long time back. But we know this fragile agriculture system, which we call a shifting cultivation, has not been changed yet totally. So many efforts have been taken up. Okay, there might have been some partial change in the system, but not a total change at all. And then approaches have been done with synthetic fertilizers also. Approaches has been done with mechanical topographic alterations. modifying land use systems, and introducing new species like our Dr. David has also mentioned about that. New species like oil palm have came into existence. Eluret montana tung has came into existence. But again, I don't know how much it has gone down again, I don't know on that. So things have been going on like that. And at one hand, we'll have to think about the present economic situation also. Because this zooming system cannot be, cannot suffice the present economic need. See, they have been paying for, a long time back, if a farmer have a granary full of rice at home, he's content. He said he's okay, my life is okay. He's happy. But nowadays, what does he need to do? He have to pay fees for his children in the school. He has to pay fees for his cable TV. He has to pay fees for his mobile phones. He has to pay so many other fees, water bill, electricity fees, all these things. So many fees, I don't know, maybe geographies also. Those things he need to pay for all those things. So there are so many things with the modern world which need to come along with, and then this type of farming system cannot address or cannot support. So those are the things. And then, but in other way, we'll have to say that Bellwood in 2005, he has also mentioned that people have, this type of cultivation has survived many centuries together. And then it has been improved. Traditionally, improvement have been made on this shifting cultivation system traditionally, which make the system of cultivation closely knitted with the culture and the society of the region also, which many of us has already mentioned. The shifting cultivation in this region is so, like others have mentioned, in this region we call it as zooming. Maybe it has originated from a home word known as zoom, which means doing together. It might have been originated from that. Otherwise, there are many other terms for that. In some place we call it Sweden. Sir Sapu has mentioned about slash and burn. And in Orissa they call it sodu or podu also. And many other terms in Malaysia, in Indonesia, of course, those are many other terminologies are there in the papers. I won't mention much. And then efforts for improving the available nutrient status, topsoil retention, etc., were taken up in many pockets around the zooming areas. But one thing important was that, like P.S. Ramakrishnan has also mentioned, they do that type of farming in one place, and it lasts only for 1 year or two, and not more than that. But whatever efforts for soil conservation measures which we are doing, it needs a longer period, and then that cannot take place usually within one short year, because after 1 year the farmers leave that land and they go to another piece of land. That's how things have been going on. So the primary concept of soil nutrient retention remains impracticable in zooming situation. That is the thing. Most of the local markets, again I would like to say, another thing is most of the local markets out here I have been going around in the vicinities are of produce of zoom only. We don't find any other things. And then these are the most favorite items of the local people here. It fits to the tongue of the local people. It's not it. Because we don't feel like having something else. We feel like having something from our own place, like sticky rice. We make many items out of this sticky rice. We don't find from other places. It is available only here. And then it is a delicacy. And then in a local market, there are so many things which we don't grow also. It just comes up in the zoom field, and then we have been eating also. Like our mushroom. Somebody have mentioned about the mushroom species also, like pasi, like Dr. Bhim told me, pasi also. We have so many other things, like medicinal things also coming up. We were talking about puinam, or some comes up automatically there. We don't grow those, but it is there. And so to mention, there have been many dark fingers being pointed on Zoom before, saying that it is uneconomical. They have always been comparing with the rice yield of Zoom field with the rice yield of the paddy field. To what extent will that be true? See, in a Zoom field, it is not only that monocrop coming up with the rice. There are, like maize is there, cucumbers are there. There are so many other crops coming there. If we convert them into rice equivalent yield, then maybe the production is many times higher than the monocrop yield in the paddy field. In that way also we can think of that. And then my predecessor speaker, the last speaker who was talking about gene bank. Zoom field is a big gene bank, so to say. I don't know how much do you agree with that. It is a very big gene bank. It means there have been so many other species introduced on that, but I'll be coming up on that. There are a few points, about 6 points, which I want to highlight in improving the shifting cultivation nutrient availability. Number one is, we need to redefine the integrated farming system. There have been so many integrated farming system approaches coined and termed by many institutes, research centers, like that. However, their effectiveness has always been one-sided only. Income generation was augmented with multimodal enterprise in them, of course. But though income generation was augmented with multimodal enterprises, these systems were primarily input-oriented and resource management poorly addressed. Many of the farmers cannot afford to this system even if they know the positive prospects also. Because this type of system, it becomes it becomes input-oriented, so many things need to be inputted into the system, and our poor farmers cannot afford to those inputs also. Those are the issues that is coming up. Moreover, the enterprises recommended in this system becomes new to the farmers and cannot be adopted easily also. Like a rabbitry coming into the system, like some other enterprises coming in the system like fishery or something like that. If it comes inside the system, it becomes very difficult to a farmer who does not know anything about a particular enterprise, something like that. There have been many indigenous secondary enterprises which the farmers take up while tending to their fields, such as beekeeping and wild mushroom gathering also. So this type of enterprise can be redesigned along with the present-day shifting cultivation system. Now, ICAR have come up with a multi-tier system of cultivation approach, wherein they leave the apical forest. They don't cut, they just leave the forest uncut. Maybe it has come up from the ITKs of some other farmers somewhere else in this region also, but the ICR has come up with a multi-tier approach of cultivation. We have come up with a redefined model. It is outside in the poster presentation. My colleague, Mr. Israel Laldenruata, will be presenting that one outside later on. We can see to that one. We leave certain patch of uncut forest in between the entire field in a contour fashion, so that inside that one we can grow, we can put some bee boxes also. And then those type of things, later on, let my colleague explain to that in the poster presentation. Those things can be done. And then with my experience, I have seen in Bohirimbong area of Meghalaya, the farmers, after slashing and burning, they did not go for rice cultivation. Instead, they go for ginger first, an exhaustive crop. Which means, I asked the farmer, why ginger first, not rice? I asked them. He said, an exhaustive crop, if we grow first, okay, whatever nutrient is required from the virgin soil, let the exhaustive crop take it first. Rice is not that much exhaustive. So rice can be grown in the second year only. It's okay, they said. That was the cultural system which they have been doing. So that type of good practice can also be adopted and inculcated in the new system. Those type of things can be taken up. And then another point, second point is preference to local crops. Many attempts have been done with high-yielding varieties, hybrids. It had been introduced in the region from a very long period of time. But their performance is, so to say, not so good always. It's not so good. Whatever the government policies have been taking up, it is just for the purpose of doing, they are doing. But it's not coming up so nicely. But whatever crops is here already, they have the home field advantage. Like Mr. Francis is from Manchester. If their football team, if they play in Manchester, they win. If they go outside at Liverpool or something, they tend to lose. Why? That's the same thing. They have a home ground advantage. Their cheerleaders, everyone, they have the environment fits there in their own home field. Something like that. This type of crops, our indigenous crops, should be much more preferred in terms of nutrient uptake. All these things also, they are many times better. And then, like Sapu sir has said, the entire of this Northeast India being a vast biodiversity hotspot, have many numerous species of edible plants with many nutritive and medicinal values also. The people living in this region prefers to this type of crops and then use them for treating their ailments whenever they feel sick or something like that. They do that in their own traditional way. Many of such crops are grown in their field due to their ethnobotanical importance also, obviously, and it may be noted that more than 48 crops, up to my knowledge, but I don't know more than that also, is always grown in one single field in a single season. More than 48 crops. That is also a big thing. Now, the third point which I want to come up is the concept of slope aspect and contour culture. See, all the zoom fields which we have seen, it is located on the hill slope. And then it is a mountainous terrain, and moreover, rainfall is, the highest rainfall in the entire world is in Northeast India, Mosingram, right, sir? Right now. It is like that. So we are having the highest rainfall also. So I think we have come up with the logwood bunding also, but logwood bunding have been done by the farmers from long time back. And it is done only where thicker biomass cannot be incinerated. They cannot be burned, so and the unburned mass which is left in the field is used for logwood bunding. Those type of things used to be done, but that cannot only be the possible means. Applying of concept of contour in almost all the field operations. If we apply the concept of contour in all, there are many field operations like Mrs. Zovi has pointed out the 10 points, all the operations like weeding also. If we do it in a contour fashion, then I think the concept of contour can also help in nutrient retention also. And another thing is, like Dr. David has also mentioned about the land policy and all these things. Because of that, the zoom area has become constricted, and then there is no more much place for zooming. But people nowadays also do zoom in some way or the other if they find available land. But long time back there was a concept of aspect, slope aspect, north, south, east, west, like that. But nowadays people do it randomly. I think so the aspect concept should also be taken into consideration again, like what our forefathers have done. I think so that is also another thing which we'll have to do, because see, everything, if the sun rise in the east, the dayland period we need to take into consideration. Day length period, what does it indicate? Photosynthesis, something like that. We'll have to think about all these things, and then this day length period obviously affects the activities of the microbes. Moreover, it affects the moisture availability, the nutrient availability, the photo period, all these things. So all this need to be taken into consideration. And then number 4 point is, which I want to put it like this, as chronology counts. There, in olden days, when there was ample land for cultivation, farmers have maintained a fallow period of more than 40 years also. More than 40 years, wherein the fallow land rejuvenates back to its original form. And however, in the modern area, such long fallow period is not seen again anymore. And then it has been squeezed enormously due to urbanization and other modern day developmental activities. Those are the things. So I have seen, even in my research, that I have done small studies on soil quality index using the parameters from the microbiology part, the microbiological parameters, the physical-chemical parameters. And I have seen that in the dune fields of Nagaland and Mizoram, the studies have indicated that a fallow land left for regeneration can attain similar traits of a longer fallow period of more than 20 years in about 10 years or so in both Nagaland and Mizoram. So what we, from here, from these studies itself, we can see that a farmer can come back to a particular piece of land after 10 years. That is one finding which we have seen. And village records of land allocation for zooming activities have been found in few places in Northeast India. Even from Dr. Sapu again, there have been village records. So this record keeping system is again is not everywhere. If we keep these records, I think so we can know the time of when to come back to that particular place after a certain length of fallowing. And then another important is the use of native microorganisms. We know that microorganisms play the role of making the nutrients available, all these things. But there have been many places where microorganisms have been just released in terms of microbial consortium or something like from other places. But the most important thing is that these microorganisms should be from this particular place itself only. Like we have been talking about the home field advantages, something like that. If it is from the same soil, their performance would be many times better. That is what I would like to say, and then it will have to be introduced. Again, the last point which I want to put is bringing in ice from the skies. Another that is like, see, remote sensing is a very good tool, but acquiring data from remote sensing data, it takes a very long time. Say suppose if a satellite passed through a particular area, it comes back only after about 3 months or about 6 months, depending on the satellite. So the time to process those imageries, it takes time again. So we need something which is much more real time. So why not we use our quadcopters, our drones? Because we need this because, see, even in a zoom field, if we see, if it is lush green in the entire land, it is everywhere is not lush green. Some part it is yellow. Some part, those are the indicators for nutrient deficiencies. So that can be easily be detected and quantified and then put in the field. And then farmers cannot afford, I'll tell you, farmers cannot afford fertilizers for the entire field. When we recommend fertilizers, we recommend it in kg per hectare or something like that for the entire field. But if they put it in the blanket dose, the farmers can never afford to that. So if we can identify a particular pocket wherein the nutrient deficiency is there, he or she will require only a small amount of this fertilizer. or a small amount of anything which can increase the nutrient. Those are the things which I just said in a nutshell, and these are what my farmers have been pondering on and have told me again. They told me to put it in a scientific way. I tried to be as much as scientific as possible, and then I just put that forward to the workshop. Thank you.
Any questions? Any query? Yeah, please.
I'm sorry I joined your lecture late, but I was wondering, you told that it's only after 10 years the soil quality is attaining the equilibrium comparable with natural forest.
Not the natural forest, but of a 20 years fellow or 25 years fellow. It is acquiring. That depends on the, I have seen the parameters of a soil quality index. For soil quality index, SQI parameters, we require as many parameters like pH, organic carbon, all these things. And then even I took the enzyme studies also, as monophosphoresterase, all dehydrogenase enzymes, all these things. And then when I've seen that one, of 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, those enzyme studies, it has rejuvenated almost similar to the 20 years in about 10 years. So it means that the qualities of the soil has attained its original form, near to the near original form in about 10 years.
Suitable for a chum.
Yes.
To go to go to the next chum. So after 8 years, it becomes suitable to go for a suitable. For the chuming next cycle.
Still,
No, it may not attain up to the peak forest or 25 or 30, but at least for the next cycle to follow. Because if you follow 3-4 years, only 3-4 years, that is too less.
that's fine.
Yeah.
What I want to know is that whether only soil enzyme can speak about all this.
Not only soil enzyme, we have been taking into account about the soil organic carbon, the pH, the available nitrogen, available phosphorus, available potassium, and some micronutrients like calcium, magnesium, and sulfur.
Okay, now we'll go for the next part that I'll hand over to Dr. E.D. Singh. So here the 3 speakers will combine. So next, Kiki Joseph will take the time, then the other 2 will follow.
Kiki Joseph is there?
Yeah, there are 3 presentations here.
Okay.
If we can finish within half an hour up to 2, then we can start lunch at 2. So maybe 2 to 2:30 or 2:45 we can have lunch, and then after that we can go for the group discussion. And then by 4:30 I think the other speaker will come. So she will continue after 4:30 or 4:45. That is all right.
Okay. So
If everybody is not very hungry,
they are
right?
Right? You are hungry.
Right, we can just go for the lunch also, and we can do it after lunch.
These 3 presentations, shall we do it now or after lunch? Just finish it
Up
off.
to the audience.
Up to the audience, yes.
Because I am hungry.
So we can go to
5 minutes only.
So maybe
It's okay. It's okay. We can go for the lunch straightway, and then after that we can do, so that the people should take interest also.
Okay, so I welcome you back. This session is on presentation of posters, where we have 3 presenters, Dr. K.K. Joseph, Esto Awang, and Mercy Momin. Israel is also there, huh? So we have 4. So we have 4 presenters. The time allotted is 5 minutes, and discussion time we can go for another 5 minutes. So maximum 10 minutes. So I'll invite first presenter, K.K. Joseph. Please, sir.
respected Professor Tripathi and Dr. Francis. Really, I'm very thankful to the Professor Tripathi for calling me. I am from RRTC, Rural Resource and Training Center, situated at Umran, on the way from Shillong to Guwahati, 35 kilometers down from Shillong. We have a big land of nearly 150 hectares where we are having a resource training center for farmers and youth. This was established around 30 years ago, and we cater to the ordinary farmers and youth. We have several departments. Agriculture department, which consists of many things like vegetable plantation, horticulture, vermicompost, floriculture, and especially compost making, contour bunding. We have been counteracting the ill effects of slash and burn cultivation by this terrace farming, and we have been finding it successful. We've been also training farmers in that. In Meghalaya, very much of zooming or slash and burn is not taking place now. Mostly they are doing more intensive farming, and the biodiversity there may not be as good as it is here, because 80% or more of the farmers, of the people are farmers, and they have to eke out their living from it. So we focus on organic farming. So all types of biopesticides and organic composts are made, like Berkeley compost, vermicompost, Nadab compost, Matka Khad, Jivamrit, and all that. We teach the farmers too about it. That is one department. Then we have a livestock department where we have 3 piggeries, poultry, and cattle farm. And we are trying now to teach the farmers how to reduce the expenses, because these are very, feed is very costly. So alternative feed systems like hydroponics and usage of azolla and other local materials like rice, bran and all that. So this is helping to reduce the expense for feeding the livestock. That is another thing that we are trying to teach and inculcate in farmers. We have got a very vibrant beekeeping unit where we not only have many, over 200 bee boxes, but we teach farmers how to keep bees in a scientific way and to extract it in proper way, not in the old way where they lose a lot of time in keeping the bees and planting the different types of flowers which are very beneficial for the bees, multiplication of colonies and all that. A lot of work we do in this sphere of beekeeping. And besides that, we have also fisheries, a very big number of ponds and quite a small lake. And also we have a hatchery unit for fish. We also have a good food processing unit. Many farmers, when their vegetables or fruits are overripe or over mature, they cannot prolong the shelf life of these. So by having this food processing unit, in a very simple way, they are able to process all their foods to prolong up to 6 months or even 1 year the shelf life of these products. So it's almost like no loss when the prices are depressed. Very often when they produce a lot, there is no good price for vegetables and fruits. So we produce a lot of things like candies and juices and wines and pickles and all that kind of thing. And also we have trainings on all these. And we get trainees from all over the Northeast, like from different government departments or NGOs on these different types of trainings that we have. We do also have now mushroom cultivation. Earlier we were producing the mushroom spawn, and we have been going to revive this. So these 4-5 units are working, and our emphasis is on training farmers, but our facility is also available for seminars and conferences and retreats and so many other things. People do come because it's a very big campus, very green, which is just a kilometer off the main road between Shillong and Guwahati. At present, we are helping in running a project of the Meghalaya government. That is, it is called Meghalaya State Skills Development Society. Is trying to run a project to train around 7,000 to 9,000 marginalized and poor farmers from the state, funded by the Asian Development Bank. We have been allotted a target of 2,350 farmers. We have already completed 1,750. We are trying to complete 600 more of these farmers to be trained. And they are supposed to be also to federate and to form farmers producers society so that their products will fetch better incomes. This is a training on integrated farming, and we have been developing this from earlier, which means that in a small plot of land, even half an acre, we are able to have a small pond surrounded by small cattle shed, piggeries, duckery, poultry, and also vertical farming. All this can be done together so that a farmer gets multiple sources of income. And we also find that in Meghalaya, this zooming is not too much now, but there's a lot of intensive farming because there is no other opportunity for people to earn income. There are very few industries. So these are the things that we train them on so that they also succeed in getting income from multiple sources. Very many are marginal farmers. And you know the land tenure system in Meghalaya is this. There are 2-3 types of land. The government has very little land, except a few reserve forests which have been declared so. All the rest of the land is belonging to the clan or to the kingdom. They call it in that, you can see those words, land of the village, land of the small kingdom. So that land is not all given to all. There may be very small land holdings. A farmer cannot eke out his income from such a small holding. Therefore, when we train them in integrated farming, these multiple sources of income can help them to at least to have a sufficient income to run a family. This is in short what we are doing in this RRTC, Rural Resource and Training Center. And we also have some interns from universities coming very often, every year from Allahabad, Schwartz, they come, Mewar University, from Chennai, Trivandrum, Guwahati, different places they come for their internship, either MSW or in agriculture, to our center. This in short is what we do, and I hope I will not keep you long. If there are any questions, you can ask.
Any questions? If
Okay,
no questions,
thank you.
I would like to have clarification on 2 points. For these trainings and all, do we charge some money from the students or something?
Yeah. See, when any organization, either government or NGO sends them, they approach us and they ask us what are the costs, and they pay the costs.
Okay.
The trainees usually do not pay. Organization pays.
Okay. Anyway, they have to pay.
They have to pay.
Organization
Yeah, because we don't have any internal funding.
Okay.
Even our own income from the farm activity, sometimes it is in the negative, sometimes in the positive.
Yeah. Is there any facility for aquaponics?
Aquaponics, we are doing mainly this Azolla at present. There is possibility. Yes, very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So I'll invite second presenter, Esto.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Chairperson, for the time. I'm going to speak on a small component of shifting cultivation. Okay, my name is Ed Soshan, and I'm a research scholar from Department of Forestry.
From here.
Yes, Mizoram University. So in this topic, we do not have much of technical and scientific data, but I'll be dealing with mostly with the traditional approach. So the title is Indigenous Log Contour in Shifting Cultivation. So cultivation in steep slopes is a challenge for the farmers, and there is a need to find out alternatives to tackle these challenges. So the farmers of Mizoram and Nagaland have developed a orthodox yet innovative practice which is called to conquer and cultivate on steep slopes, which is the traditional log bunds or indigenous contours. In this system, the farmers just casually just installs log across the slope. It is usually seen in shifting cultivation, and to aid soil and water conservation, and while providing mechanical support for easy maneuverability in steep slopes. So in Mizoram, it is traditionally known as changkam, while the people of Lotha tribe in Nagaland call it as echo, and which basically refers to the laying of logs across the slope gradient in the fields to conserve soil moisture. So coming to the prerequisites and architecture, what is required or what material is required to build the bund? So the material is derived from the byproducts of shifting cultivation. It includes unburnt logs, partially burnt or unburnt logs, and then even banana trunks are also used, and bamboos are also used to build the traditional contours. So, the farmers usually lay horizontally the logs across the slope gradient, and wooden or bamboo bags are inserted on either side of the log to provide support to the bunding material. So, and if there is any gap between the log and the soil surface, it is filled up with debris, soil, and some small stones to effectively trap moisture and soil. The bund spacing may vary from tribe to tribe and place to place, but usually it is 2 to 3 meters interval and may vary according to the slope gradient. So after installation, crops such as maize, chili, and colocasia are grown on over the bunds. So you can see in the picture, the first A, B, and C picture, these are log contours from Nagaland and Mizoram. This one is from Mizoram, the two of them is from Nagaland, and this one is a different kind of bunding in which bamboo is used. The bamboos are split and then to create more surface area, and it has been bags are inserted to support it. So does it have any coming to the next, does it have any effect on or impact on the sustainability? There is no scientific proof so far regarding the sustainability and all that, but log bunds are known to increase the cropping year, maybe up to 2 years or more, instead of just 1, because of its ability to control the runoff. And bamboo bunds, however, are more vulnerable to degradation than logs, and therefore last barely for a single cropping season. Recently in Mizoram, the traditional log bunds are now being replaced by rows of end-fixing legumes like Flamingia, Tephrosia, and Leucaena. This evolved method is known as the changkam technology, and it aims to divert or convert shifting cultivation to settled agricultural practice. So some research prospects. Log bunds have been practiced prominently through time as a result of its simplicity and efficiency. And the farmers have reported that the yield and quality of the crops grown in bunds is enhanced in comparison to crops grown in without bunds. However, research works related to the efficiency of this practice is yet to be carried out. So, thank you. That's it.
Okay, any clarifications required?
Yes, sir.
So, like, the shifting cultivated farms,
Yes, sir.
they are converting into second agriculture.
Somewhat like, sir.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
they are doing it of their own, or they have been trained to do so? Like, they are incorporating many of the nitrogen.
I think it may not have been implemented to the farmers, but I think it's a very, it's not very old practice. This replacing of the log contours by the legumes. I think it's just recently been practiced.
They might have been trained by the agriculture department or some other department.
Yes, I think so. Yes. Forest department, maybe. I think.
No, this is, I think the farmer.
Some policy was there, I think, sir.
This is called sloping agriculture-led technology, which has developed in Philippines, and that has been disseminating all over the world and the modern area. So this has been accepted by many of the mountainous regions, and it is now improving. It is going on. Now FEO also is involved in the IFAD project. IFAD project, FEO is supporting the technical testing. Technical input is given, and that how it is promoting. It is a very effective system, and it's very easy. Farmers can easily adopt this. Farmers can easily adopt, and farmers are interested in do this. Now it is coming up well, and the notice.
Yes.
And here the hedge root, the concept of that is the condition is when the contour is made by the hedge root which fits the nitrogen, and the biomass is locked and leaving only about 2 feet or 2.5 feet. The biomass is put within the hedge root so that it check the soil erosion with the help of the hedge root, with the biomass and the plant root. So by that they check the soil erosion, and then again that makes a strict difference step by step. So that is, this is a very good mechanism, and it increases the nitrogen to the soil by making, by cultivating, by contouring, by the hedge that is leguminous plant. So many species has been identified, and it is grown indigenously in our northeast. So many species, about 15 or 16 species has been identified to that. Thank you.
Yes. Any other thing? No. Okay. Then I will invite Mercy Momin. Momin is presenting on behalf of Mercy.
First of all, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, on behalf of my colleagues, this Mercy team movements, I'm going to give this presentation. The title of the presentation is Rhizospheric Actinomycetes Isolated from Major Growth Land Under Shifting Cultivation of Mizoram. As we all know that, like, in the soil we have a lot of microbes like fungi, bacteria, actinomycetes. Among them, here in this research, as a part of research. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, sir. As we know that actinomycetes are gram-positive bacteria. So, in this research, the main objective was, anyway, I'm not actually on behalf of this Mercy. I just read out of this one. So actually, can we read? Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, thanks so much, sir. Okay. See, in this, okay, here. See, the topic of this presentation was Rhizospheric Actinomycetes isolated from major growth plants under shifting cultivation of Mizoram, Northeast India.
So as we know that these actinomycetes are gram-positive bacteria, they are unique in nature. So in this research, we target for the some specific actinomycetes. They are very helpful for the growth promoting. So here we choose the site from the REC, which is around 1400 meter above sea level in this Mambit district. So for after isolation from the soil, we found that around 10 actinomycetes culture were screened out. Then out of that 10, not that, it's 8 only, sorry. Out of 8, we found that 3 of the actinomycetes, they are the potential of this plant growth promoting rhizobacter. So this is how we screen out. This is how we screen out. So we can see the figure 1 here. These are the actinomycetes in this one. Then there's a second one. This one is for the subculture, and then after that, this one is the pure culture. This is the way how we just subculture. See, this is the process how the soil was dry overnight in the laminar flow. Then that's the process of how we did. And for this isolation, we are using around 5 media. These are the media like SCA, CSM, ISP2, then IM8, and AIA. These are the media that we use for the isolation of this, for the culture of this actinomycetes. After that, the way we screen out is, here are the screening of isolation actinomycetes for these BGPR properties. So like, depend on these 4 properties like phosphate solubilization, then IAA production, then siderophore production, and ammonia production. Depend on this, we got it 3 actinomycetes that are very helpful for this BGPR. So can you scroll down? See, these are the 3 that they are very helpful. They are helpful for the potential as a BGPR actinomycetes here. There's a number that we found it during the isolation here. So from coming to the results, out of this 8 this BGPR, we found that 3 of them are potential for the BGPR here. Then some of the characters for this actinomycetes like slow growth, sticky, and then hard in nature, enter, unbonnet, and this crateriform, circular, and filamentous form. So from coming to the conclusion from this study, we found that like there are lots of microbes. They are very helpful. That is still that we need to be explored more, so that we can use this microbe for the growth of different growth in the soup cultivation. That we can use as a biofertilizer also with this. So, thank you that much for me.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Any questions? You have not identified them?
Yeah, we need to identify more. These are the 3 that we recently found.
Milligram trading technique.
Yeah, actually, this, till now we found that it belongs to the Streptomycetes species. But we need to find it morphologically. We identified, but
Okay.
yeah, this as the main authorities, they cannot come in time. That's why.
Mostly by morphologically we can customize it, we can say, but
yeah.
But another thing is that this distributable production is not required here because most of the soils are not rich in iron.
Phosphate is required.
Phosphate is required.
Phosphate is one of the
Phosphate and nitrogen is required. So distributable production is not there. You don't simply screen out there.
Okay.
Other property.
Okay.
So it will be nitrogen fixing.
Okay. Thank you for the comment.
Okay, so last speaker is Israel, Mr. Israel.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Israel Ramruata. Right now, I'm working as subject matter specialist in KVK, Krisi Vegan Kendra, Champai District, Kozol. So at the same time, I'm doing my research under Forestry Department, Mizoram University. So today I will be presenting something like which we conceptualize along with my colleague Pu Henry, that is agroforestry model. That will be more clearer if we see outside. We have put one poster, so it will be more clearer. I think we can see outside after this function. So what actually we are working is like from tree farming approaches, we are conceptualizing one agroforestry models for efficient nutrient management in shifting cultivation scenario. So the first farming approaches is agroforestry mandarin based agroforestry. Then after that, sloping agricultural land technology, and the other one is traditional beekeeping and mushroom cultivation. So based on these three farming approaches, we are suggesting one agroforestry models for efficient nutrient management in shifting cultivation. The model is like this, like on top of the hillock, means on top of the hill, we allowed forest reserve area where we can keep the bee box. Then just beneath that, we'll be planting banana tree, banana for supplementation of water for the bees as well as for the crops in the lower slope. Then after that, we go for exhaustive crop like pineapple, then which will be followed by paddy. Then after that, we can keep one more patch of uncleared forest where that will boost the function of apical reserve forest, which will be conserving the soil loss, fertile soil loss, and nutrient management. So likewise, this we have worked out on that, and this project is now going on at New Chelrang village in Champai district. So as far as this project is concerned, at this stage it is giving promising result. So still we are at the initial stage, so we'll be working more on this. Then we hope that it will give a promising result. And our ultimate, our goal, one of our main objectives is like minimum labor input with maximum output. Then we'll be focusing like our main goal will be settled agriculture farming system. So we will be working out on that. Then later on, we believe and hope that we can give suggestive agroforestry models for efficient use of nutrient in shifting cultivation scenario. So me and my colleague Henry is working on that. Then it will be more clearer outside if we see along with the picture, poster, then we can explain more. So this is what I have to say now. Thank you. At the top of the hill. Yeah. Then in between that, we will be growing crops. Okay. Then again, we will be putting uncleared patch of forest again. That will like in between the crops and another uncleared patch forest will be there. Just to boost the function of the apical forest reserve. So this is how we are planning.
You need to select the crops, those are shade tolerant?
Yeah, because forest obviously it will shade the crops.
Then you will not be growing any of these type of foods like rice or wheat or corn. They are not shade tolerant.
Paddy we are proposing at the first year paddy. Then in the second year, just to add nutrients into the soil, we are proposing legumes crops, which will be grown in the second year. So this is how we are proposing.
Third year?
Third year, again we can go for other crops like non-cereal crops also. So it will be like on rotation. No? So like the system is like just like sloping agricultural land technology, but it is a little bit modified. How we can incorporate all those things, farming system plus the traditional cultivation of mushroom and
So with this, we conclude this session. I thank all the four speakers for the presentations. And now I hand over the mic to Professor Tripathi.
I think now we are a little bit late, but I think it's not a problem. Now we can have a group discussion, and for this we can have 3-4 groups where we can sit together and we can see what are the problems of shifting cultivation and how we can come up with what kind of the projects to be required, how we can formulate some project that can solve the problems. So maybe what I was thinking, if there is a traditional shifting cultivation farming system which will be led by Dr. Sapu, a plant system, maybe this Dr. Brianle can lead this group. Plant system is shifting cultivation, or the weed competition, or we can come up with that. And then there is a small microbiology group. Green Singh has gone. Small microbiology group. So actually, not many microbiologists, they are not here. So most of them, they are coming in 1 hour, half an hour. So they will maybe take a lead. But we can have one microbiology group. If him is there, then I'd like to enter him to take it, or maybe yes. Okay. And other people, they are coming. Many microbiologists are coming. I think 3 of them they are coming, 3 or 4 of them they are coming. So then they will join that group. And another will be on the, I think, can we have something on the soil, this carbon management in the soil? Yes. Because after I saw you there, then I was thinking, I think we should have another group on the soil. Earlier I was not having in my mind. But now I think if you are here, so you can lead one group on the carbon management in the soil. This is very important. Carbon is not there. No, I think that is how I think if you can lead that group on the carbon management in the soil. And I think there are some deliberations here, so we can go that way. So we can develop 4 potential groups, and we can go ahead with that. You'd like to say something? Maybe you can explain a little more.
I don't think anything on. Just to clarify, I guess.
Yeah.
So, if the idea is just to develop our ideas for what we think is important for future research, and if the 4 groups that are proposed, so traditional methods of let's say managing the agro-ecosystem, what's happening in terms of above ground with the plants and maybe the fallow recovery, what's happening below ground with the soil microorganisms, and something about carbon management. Probably maybe more focused on the soil, but let's see how the discussion takes us. So we could have maybe, if the plants group comes around this table and the traditional group comes around this table over here, maybe microorganisms around about here, and then maybe we send the carbon people more to the back.
Plus, because here mostly the money comes from the developed country. And for CDM and the RED plus, we need a larger unit of land masses. But considering the small size of the shifting cultivated farmlands, we cannot. This will not follow the guideline of the CDM or the RED plus. So here at least we can have some sort of funding mechanism for our own country, or from the industries, or from those who are practicing more of a degradative sort of agricultural system. They will pay some sort of incentive to those who are practicing slash and unburn or controlled burning system. So this is our suggestion that may be considered for this. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all of you. Myself, O.N. Tiwari, Indian Agriculture Research Institute, New Delhi. Before joining to IRI, almost 10 years I worked in this area only, in Northeast region. In DBT Institute is the in Imphal. Under one initiative of the Department of Biotechnology, Government of India, 2008 to 2011, we had explored 28,000 bacteria from all 8 states of the northeast region of India, 28,000. They were well documented, particularly in respect of their usage as anti-cancer, anti-diabetic and anti-inflammation. All 28,000 cultures which were isolated, biochemically characterized, all are available at one place, that is the National Center for NCCS Pune. So if someone is interested to take the same cultures from the Mizoram as well as the other parts of the northeast region of India, may get the culture. All are available. Tomorrow I will deliver my formal talk, but here I will take only 1 minute to discuss something about the role of biofertilizer. As the previous speaker talked about the improvement of the carbon content, other things, all are related with the biofertilizer. And Government of India, somehow we have to connect with the policy of the government. Otherwise it will be very difficult from one end to other end. Sikkim state itself declared as the organic, totally organic states in the country. And government is focusing not only the Sikkim, all northeastern states should be the organic. I am not here to discuss in depth what is the fate and other things, but if somehow we have to connect with the policy of the Government of India. Then role of biofertilizer, a lot of work has been done previously, particularly where currently I am working in IRI. IRI is a microbiology department, division is very famous for the biofertilizer, not only the bacterial biofertilizer, fungal biofertilizer, bacteria, azolla, cyanobacteria, everything. And if you are approaching to any funding agency for such kinds of the activities, probably you may not be able to convince them. But the new things which I would like to bring in your notice, sir, this area, entire northeast area, agriculture is totally the rain-fed area. Zoom cultivation is there. All kinds of the systems available, something in Shillong, Meghalaya, something in Manipur. In every state there is some different, and these areas are almost untouched in respect of the biofertilizer. If you are going to read the documents published by the Venkatraman and other peoples, you will see thousands of the publications are there. But hardly out of 1,000 you may get 1 or 2 in case of the northeastern states. The need of the day is because northeastern states soil and water is having little acidic. In other parts of the country it is the alkaline or neutral. So I would suggest here you may include 1 point, role of biofertilizers in integrated nutrient management, not in a one way. It should be the INM practice with a special emphasis on the rain-fed areas of the northeastern area. That is my thought, and tomorrow I will deliver some lectures which is already probably mentioned somewhere in the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So our group had a discussion about basically looking at let's say, above ground parts of the ecosystem rather than below ground parts of the ecosystem. Looking at role of plants in the fallows and in perhaps other parts of shifting cultivation. And we had quite a wide-ranging discussion, not just thinking about, let's say, the ecosystem, but we also thought about who is working in the ecosystem or the agricultural system. So, for example, if there's a decline in the populations, often there's older people now working on the farms, then actually anything that we propose has to be accessible or appropriate for let's say, a small group of older people rather than many younger people. So we thought a little bit about germplasm and the importance of shifting cultivation, agro-ecosystems in conserving germplasm. We didn't really get very far on this, but just to kind of bear in mind that the shifting cultivation scenario is very important in conserving both plant or crop plant diversity, both within the species and between the species. So declines or removal of shifting cultivation would lead to a large decline in the crop plant diversity and the germplasm available. And then we thought a little bit about terracing as an alternative method and the different kinds of plants, plants very broadly speaking, so including azolla, that could be grown in terraces. And we spent quite a bit of time thinking about fallow management in terms of, let's say, augmenting the fallow, not so much that the fallow period becomes an agroforestry system, but perhaps planting certain crops to speed up fallow recovery, or planting certain crops to actually increase the biomass rapidly within the fallow, such that there's more biomass to burn, to produce more ash, to fertilize the ecosystem. And thinking about, well, what traits what traits do we want for those plants or trees that we would augment the fallow with, so they would be fast growing, so they have a lot of biomass to return to the ecosystem. But of course, they're going to be influencing the below ground ecosystem as well. So if we're including nitrogen fixing species, then we have a large impact on the rhizosphere microorganisms. If we're including nitrogen fixing species, we have more nitrogen rich litter. So depending on which species with which particular traits we choose to have planted, then we're going to be influencing both the above ground. So just showing how it's above ground and below ground, showing how it's all linked. And perhaps we thought, well, what are we interested in the fallow? Is it just carbon recovery? Is it biomass recovery? Are we interested in the biodiversity in these fallows? And what it is that we're interested in promoting is going to influence which species we think should be planted in that fallow. So I think that covers most of what we talked about. If there's any, maybe very quickly, if there's any questions for any of the three groups, we'll take questions now. But again, we've got time tomorrow for more discussions. So I think, unless you have a very important question, let's save it for tomorrow. So with that, I'd like to invite our second plenary speaker of today, Professor Sharma from IIT Delhi, and she's going to be talking about rhizosphere microorganisms and their role in a sustainable agro-ecosystem. And we've had a lot of interest in that today, so I hope you're going to enthuse us some more with your presentation. So do you want to come here?
Is it okay if I can move here?
Yeah, do you?
I think I'm audible to everybody.
I can take this one.
So very good evening, everybody. Thank you very much, Professor Tripathi, Dr. Francis. I'm sorry I could not make it in the first sessions. This is more to do with the fog in North India. I'm told there have been fantastic talks earlier India is going to overtake China much before 2030 in terms of population. And what puts us in a grave situation is the fact that India does not really stand in a very decent position in terms of the arable land available, that is hectares per capita. So the pressure on Indian agriculture, as you can understand, is huge. The first issue to be dealt here is the diagnosis of environmental health. We are not even sure of how fast things are degrading, right? And I'm talking here about the arable land. Then the next concern is intensifying agriculture in a sustainable fashion. We have been applying bioinoculants, but we know that it's not as popular as it should be. And finally, we really cannot afford to lose any more land to stresses. So the stress environments are also to be used for agriculture. We cannot just exclude them from this count. And the recent concept is that you do not consider the plant as an individual organism. It is a holobiont, wherein this macroorganism, you take it into consideration together with its functionality in terms of the symbionts that it harbors. So you have a range of interactions starting from neutral to negative and positive, which makes up this meta-organism. In perfect analogy to how a healthy versus an unhealthy gut looks like, you will know that the healthy gut has more diverse microbiome, they're more functional. And as I said, the perfect analogy here is with a healthy ecosystem and an unhealthy ecosystem. In a similar fashion, you will see that in an unhealthy ecosystem, the diversity is compromised and so is the soil functioning. So my system of study has been the rhizosphere, which is a microbial hotspot. So it's small soil volume with much faster process rates and much more intensive interactions between the different pools that I just mentioned compared to the arid soil condition. And what makes it all the more special is the fact that there are hot moments experienced in the rhizosphere, which are nothing but short-term events or sequences of events that accelerate microbial processes as compared to the average years. So this, we believe, is a very good marker, a sensitive indicator of different kinds of changes that can take place in the soil system. My group works on tailoring the rhizospheric microbiome so that we can actually transform the non-optimized meta-organism to an optimized meta-organism, which has much better biogeochemical cycling, disease suppressiveness, higher resistance to abiotic stresses. And then three different approaches to entering the rhizosphere. We can either go for plant-based approaches, which means you can either have plant breeding or transgenic plants applied, which changes then the rhizospheric microbiomes subsequently. We can also have the meta-organism concept wherein approaches where you consider the plant together with the microbiome. And here we have been practicing things like co-engineering or crop rotation. But we focus on the microbiome-based approach. It is kind of a traditional approach wherein you apply microbial inoculant, but I'll tell you what difference have we made in the area. The model crops that my group works with includes two legumes. One is mung bean or Vigna radiata and pigeon pea, that is Cajanus cajan, and tomatoes as well. I'll stick today for my talk to Cajanus cajan only. Now, Cajanus cajan or pigeon pea is a very important crop, obviously because of the largely vegetarian population providing the source of nutrients, especially protein. But if you look at the production, the area under cultivation, India happens to have more than 75% of the total area under cultivation of Cajanus cajan. We still need to export pigeon pea from countries like Myanmar. And when I went off looking for a model system for my group, this is the data from a decade back. So if you see, for several decades, the productivity of Cajanus cajan was fairly constant. Despite all technological advancements, there was no change in, or at least no marked change in the productivity. And as I stand here, you will notice that the trend is still the same. You will see there have been fluctuations, but it has not reached the maximum potential that it can actually. So this actually happens to be a burning issue as to how to increase the productivity of Cajanus cajan still. There are various steps at which I work, and I'll briefly talk about each of them. The first point is strategic development of consortium and its formulation for normal as well as for stressed environments. And the stresses that I deal with include and abiotic stress, salinity, and drought. Then the next question, and this is considered to be quite a tedious process in the area, that is to track the inoculant strain across the different stages of plant growth. And as we understand, the soil in itself has an indigenous population of different strains. So tracking the strain that you apply is cumbersome. We have been doing it using some rift mutants when it is under controlled conditions, and we've also developed some SCAR markers, that is sequence characterized amplified regions, wherein we can really target the strain that has been applied and see how it progresses along the course of the plant's growth. Then the response of plant and resident microbial community to amendments. What are the non-target effects of such an application? This is to be studied, especially when you want the process to be sustainable. Identify the active ingredient. So you've seen that an amendment leads to a positive impact, but what is the active ingredient which is leading to that impact? We would like to pinpoint that as well, so that in the future we could probably have cell-free amendments and not the living organisms being applied. And finally, I'll talk about impact of agri-management practices. I thought of putting this here because of the mandate of the workshop. So I'll briefly show you some results on all these aspects. The main approach has been that we try to have a holistic kind of study wherein we start off with the amendment of choice or design for the study. We look at the soil nutrient status in terms of soil physicochemical properties and macro and micronutrient estimation. Then we look at the microbial community structure. When I say structure, it means the composition of the microbial community. What is the relative abundance? Here we try to do both enumeration as well as using some of the state-of-the-art techniques going up to next generation sequencing for the best resolution possible. And we also focus on microbial community function. So when you talk of structure, you're only saying what is present and where, in what numbers. We would also like to analyze what are they doing there. So it's not just important what is present there, but also what they're doing. So here we also again have some cultivation dependent tools, whereas we also work with certain cultivation independent approaches. This is the basic outlay of how we proceed with our questions. And we start off with the in vitro growth chamber experiments, go on to the pot experiment, and then validate them in the field. Now the limitations with the traditional approach, we've been talking a lot about bioinoculants. Most of us know about the limitations, quality control, because you cannot even track the strain of interest, you cannot have a quality control there. The shelf life of the bioinoculant, the competence with native microbiome. Imagine you're adding something in numbers much larger than what is actually present in there, and you're trying to see its efficacy. So how does it compete with the native microbiome? The efficacy in field is a question. You have all experiments performed under controlled conditions, and then you take it to the field and you do not know what is happening. Single or dual inoculants, there has been a lot of debate, and now we know that the more number of inoculants that you actually incorporate in the amendment, the better results you get. So you don't really work with just single inoculants now. And, of course, they are crop specific. So you cannot have a universal bioinoculant working in all edaphic conditions and all plants, right? And something that we were concerned with and is largely ignored is the fact that how safe are they ecologically safe is in inverted commas, right? Now we tried to design something what we call as next generation formulation wheat, which had increased shelf life, wherein the release of inoculants was gradual, they were efficient under field conditions, and we feel it's ecologically safe. There are many other reasons why the next generation formulation are very much in demand. What we did was, so this is how a typically cell-based formulation would be. So you have a culture and then you develop a formulation. What we did was, we tried to make some metabolite-based formulations. We also had some cell-free culture supernatant-based formulations. And here we went on, so this is a study for wherein we wanted to increase the nodulation. I'm not sure if you know, but in the northern region, the Indo-Gangetic plain, the nodulation in these legumes is scarce. This is because of increased fertility, and there are many other reasons. But we wanted to, in fact, and it's a catch-22 position. There's less nodulation, so you apply more, and when you apply more fertilizers, it leads to lesser nodulation. So we tried to increase nodulation in this case using these next-generation formulation, and got some very good results here. These are field experiment set. And the main issue here, the question that we started off with, was increasing the rhizobium. The nodulation. So here you could see that these amendments, which were cell-free culture supernatant with the metabolite, lead to, in fact, a drastic change nodule number here. There are a number of success stories in field, right from experimental field at IRI, wherein we were working, to some of the actual farmers' field in Kanpur area. And here I'm showing you some result on amending salt stress with some next generation formulation. So far so good, so we got an increase in productivity, and this is what the agronomists wanted. But for us the question was, how does the bioinoculant compete with the resident microbiome? Now here what we saw was, and this is something, the result that I'm going to show you is tracking the strain using RIF mutants. We saw that after application, after sowing, within 2 months for a crop which lasted for 120 days, it was after 60 days that we could not detect the bioinoculants that were applied, the strains that were applied. But when we look at the most important feature, that is seed yield, and I'm going to draw your attention to the green bar, which is the amendment with 3 different bioinoculants, and a red bar, which happens to be the chemical fertilizer treatment. Brown is the control. So there was actually an enhancement in the seed yield, which was calculated 120 days after sowing. And this was remarkable. The increase was quite comparable to the application of chemical fertilizers, which meant that the bioinoculants exerted an impact larger than the direct effect. There were no countable numbers, which is called as priming. So they were somehow priming the soil and the plant to an enhancement in the yield. The next question was, how did the native community respond to such an amendment? So we know that there was a priming, but what kind of priming is that? These are the profiles of actually the cDNA-based profiles generated from. So we're looking at active bacterial community, and here we found that very clearly the amendments, and these are single inoculations versus dual inoculation and even the triple inoculation, the active community clustered together, and this was different from the cluster formed from chemical fertilizer and all the other controls. So there was a change, a qualitative image that we could here generate, wherein there was a shift which was very clearly evident. When we look at the function, and I'm showing you here the metabolic profiles, here also you would notice, and I would like to draw your attention to the clustering here, it was of all the amendments, while this is the control here. So it was clear that there was a kind of change in the structure of the community and its function. We went on to analyze performed a next generation sequencing using Illumina, and this is some result that I'm showing you on the community and how it changes under stress, salinity stress basically, and how it changes when the strain of our interest was applied together with the stress. And very clearly, without going into any detail, you can see how the compromises are being mitigated here. But my postdoc, Dr. Annapurna, will talk about it tomorrow in depth, so she has this entire story in her talk. What I can summarize here is that the rhizosteric microbiome was actually enriched in potential plant growth promoting bacteria. So this is the kind of priming that I was talking about. Okay, so what then are the active ingredients which are responsible for such a change, such a priming that you observe? For results of this sort, the inhibition of fusarium with culture filtrate of B subtilis, look at the control that is observed in vitro. And for some results like this, wherein look at the root morphology here, which changes when the strain of our interest or the amendment is applied, we had to find out the reason for such kind of an increment. We analyzed the volatile organic compounds and the non-volatile organic compounds, and here we were working actually with 2 pathogens, Fusarium oxysporum, a plant pathogen, and very interestingly, we also had some good result with Listeria monocytogenesis, which is the causal agent of listeriosis. And here we analyzed Trichoderma herzianum and Bacillus subtilis as control for Fusarium oxysporum, and Azotobacter frucocum and Bacillus megaterium for control of Listeria monocytogenesis in soil. I'm just showing you some of the interesting compounds that we found. For Trichoderma herzianum, we found some actually short chain 10 carbon lipids that were fatty acids that were really playing a role in the control of the particular pathogen, and similarly for Bacillus subtilis. What we now want is to try to use these as cell-free amendments and see if the control actually works. This is something which is in progress right now. Lastly, coming to the story of impact of agri-management practices on the rhizosteric microbiome. This is a story wherein, in fact, this is a DBT-sponsored project in collaboration with my partner from IRI, from the Division of Agronomy, wherein we are trying to see how three different modules of agriculture, conventional, conservation, and organic, are impacting the rhizospheric microbiome. So here the system of study is in fact pigeon pea wheat cropping system. There are, like I said, 3 modules, and we now have data for 3 years now, 2017 to 2019. What is conservation agriculture? Just for all those who do not know, this actually is based on 3 different principles. One is minimum soil disturbance. Second is permanent soil cover, so that the crop residue or live mulch is on the fields, and there is practice of crop rotation. Now, these are the different treatments that we have. So basically, they were integrated crop management modules. The ones in red are conventional, and I'll follow this color code throughout. So red is conventional agriculture, blue is actually conservation agriculture, and green is the organic farm. We sampled at 4 different stages: pre-sowing, 15 days after sowing, flowering, and harvest of the crop for all these years. And if you look at the grain yield, we saw that it was the conservation agriculture which showed the maximum enhancement in the yield. Organic farming could not really match this. When we saw the NNP uptake here as well, you would see that conservation was the highest, had the maximum values, followed by convention, but organic farming was a little behind those. Now, when we looked at the qualitative analysis, and this is just an image of a representative image of DGG profiles, we saw that the impact was quite strong. So you would see that whether it was 2017 or 2018, the conservation agriculture modules all clustered together. And this was distinct from the organic farming module, but the good thing here was, or maybe something interesting here was, the organic farming module was very close to the bulk soil. So less impacted by the practice that has been, that was actually taking place. And the convention, of course, was another cluster. In terms of quantitative analysis of, so that was qualitative, looking just at what was present where, when we looked at the quantitative numbers, 16S RNA genes, we saw that the bacterial counts were the maximum in conservation agriculture, and organic farming was very close. And looking at the function, when we saw the abundance of NIF-H gene, which of course is very important for us, what was striking, and in fact it has been reported in some other papers as well, in conventional agriculture, the NIF-H numbers were declining, very adversely affected, while in conservation and in organic farming, the numbers were quite comparable. So what we did was we went on with the best performing treatments. So I said 3 for conventional, 7 for conservation, and 9 for organic, and went for Illumina sequencing. And here I'm going to show you just results on the taxon level, the phyla level, and the genera level. The green, like I said, is organic farming, and what we saw through our qualitative and quantitative picture of DGG and qPCR was reflected here as well. At the phyla level, you will see that whether it was Sharon or Simpson index, organic farming was the best in terms of the numbers. In terms of genera, the conservation agriculture also matched up to the organic farming. So you had a similar kind of diversity increases here as well. Yeah, so before I end, just some more stories that I'm working on, a brief line on each. So I'm trying to work on transforming suppressive soil, naturally suppressive soil, conducive soil to suppressive soil. So basically I'm trying to see if there can be communities designed, artificial communities designed, which can transform conducive soil to suppressive soil. Then, like I said, I'm working on a number of stresses, salinity and drought, fusarium. Dr. Annapurna will talk about it tomorrow. Another recent project has been where it is trying to study how organic farming in fact can lead to spread of antibiotic-resistant genes and spread of antibiotic-resistant bacteria. In fact, we had a tough time finding a manure, animal manure, free from antibiotic-resistant bacteria, despite going to the regions of Northeast. So Sikkim being an organic state, we could not really find an organic manure which was free from antibiotic-resistant bacteria. Anyway, so I'm trying to see how this spreads in with organic farming being a reason. And I'm looking at a lot, in fact for a decade, I've been looking at the non-target effects of some of the natural and chemical pesticides. Yeah, with that, I would like to thank my collaborators at IRI, Dr. Swarna Lakshmi and Dr. Chaudhary. Have been involved in some of the field experiments that I've been working with. Professor Sharma from Center for Rural Development in IIT Delhi has been working together with me in development of some formulations. Some of the results on the qPCR, like the NIFH gene, was done together with Dr. Pascal from Indra Dijon. And this is a community which keeps changing, the structure of this keeps changing. This was some months back. This is my group, working group. And thank you all for your attention. Questions are welcome.
Thank you very much for your detailed, wide-ranging talk. So if there's any questions from members of the audience, back to yeah.
Thank you, madam, for your nice talk. So I have three first point I want to discuss. Say, when we talk about microbiome, the microbes are everywhere it is present. Wherever we grow some crops, according to the crop growth, they are coming up. So did you concentrate on any core microbiome? Because in one slide you told that whatever consortium you are going to prepare, that should be a crop specific. But from my point of view, as I am a microbiologist, what I believe, as much possible, we should prepare a consortium which should be non-crop specific. The reason is what my means, there may be differences, but I want to find out the things that whether I am true or I am wrong in my thinking. It's wrong in thinking the process. Why I am thinking on that way? Say, in case of shifting cultivation, mixed crop is practiced. At the same time, in sustainable agriculture, crop rotation is also suggested, recommended. So that means that diversification of crop is essential for ecosystem sustainability. So in that case, our application of microbial consortia, when we apply, our basic intention is to increase their numbers in the soil so that their population overall get increased. So if it is not non-crop specific, we can find such kind of bacteria which we can consider as a core microbiome, invariably present in all types of crop. Then if we target such kind of microbial consortia, will not it be helpful irrespective of crop to increase their numbers irrespective of season? What do you think on that?
A highly ambitious question, right? And it is also one of the, if we get to that, it's the ideal scenario. But that's very far from practical scenario. I mean, there are other microbiologists also. We know that from whatever core microbiome data that we already have, we have not been able to find huge overlaps between different plants. They are really plant specific to the, so even from my little experience, I know that they are even cultivar specific. Yes. So looking for an inoculant which is universal, we have not been able to do it till now. And the simple reason that we're now finding out or it's coming out is, and yeah, Dr. Beam also has a lot of experience with this, it is difficult. It is. So I wouldn't say what will happen down the line, but as of now, the core microbiome is very, very specific for the plant. You cannot have a core microbiome common to all these. So you have pigeon pea, you have wheat, one is a legume, the other one is not. So, I mean, it's just not possible to have a core microbiome which functions in all the plants. Even a rhizobium strain will not function in two different legumes.
Yeah, rhizobium is a separate thing.
No, that's okay, but I'm just taking it as an example for bioinoculant. If a species of rhizobium, which is the only function is nodulation and fixing nitrogen, the same function which it will do in all the other crops, it is not possible to get a universal rhizobium which can nodulate.
Rhizobium we cannot get universal. That's it.
Like I said, it's just a representative thing. So similarly, whether you're talking of Pseudomonas or the Zotobacter species, they are really cultivar specific.
Then another thing towards the letters.
But I forgot, I mean the question was a little bigger. So this part I know. Was there anything else to this? No.
Yeah, no, it's okay. So that means, what I am thinking is, my thinking is also in the right direction.
Definitely,
what I feel.
most definitely.
Maybe, we are thinking.
That would be the ideal scenario.
That is the best thing.
Yeah, that is the ideal scenario.
Because we get very minimum chance to interact with microbiologists from other parts of country. We are working in the corner of the country. So sometimes I think whether I am right or
But
wrong.
corner is just the location, right?
It's okay. Second thing, then another point is, say, when you talk about the organic farming, you got a better diversity in terms of, say, genus and species level. May not be species level, phylum level, whatever it is. But microbial diversity maintains good in the soil in your comparison. But one thing, in your organic farming treatment, did you practice the mulching?
Yes.
Mulching was practiced just like in your conservation.
Just like in the conservation.
So no differences in mulching.
The difference was in productivity, right?
Yeah.
There was a difference in productivity. Like I said, organic farming could not match the conservation. But in terms of, so the idea is to have a sustainable thing,
Yeah.
right? Environmentally sustainable. In terms of maintaining the soil health, it was equal. So you could
Only
see
yield was less.
decline. Yes, it was lesser than
Yield
what was
less.
expected. Yes.
Okay. So is there any kind of inorganic input in conservation, something?
In conservation, yes. Conservation does not say it has to be
Yeah,
completely
inorganic
organic.
is used to some extent.
Yes,
Yeah,
so you have
to some
pesticides,
extent.
some pre-emergence weedicides. There are many applications.
And regarding that, you want to use that cow dung, FYM, as a control for organic, and you try to carry from Sikkim.
Yes, from
But
Arunachal,
madam,
Sikkim.
what I feel, say when we practice organic farming, whether it is northeast or any corner of the country or maybe the world, there are certain specific group of antibiotics and some chemicals which we have to permit it in the organic farming also. Because otherwise cattle will face any kind of disease. We cannot have it. So that means, can you really get the complete contamination free FYM?
Yes. So our idea is we would, because some of the farmers were claiming that they do not use any antibiotic, right? And not some, most of them who were doing organic farming, whether it was Delhi or even in this in northeastern states. So why we went to northeastern state was because we thought it would be easier, right? And we had proposed that we would compare manure with antibiotic versus manure without antibiotic-resistant bacteria to get a clear picture of the source of manure in this. However, we noticed, and I was just discussing this with Dr. Ghosh also, there's always a background level of antibiotic-resistant bacteria present. This we realized after having sampled 150 sites for manure across 8 to 9 states. Now I can for sure say that there will be a basal level of antibiotic-resistant bacteria.
Okay, thank you, thank you. I took some more time that I think it's
Does anyone else have any questions? Yes.
So, when you looked at when you followed the consortium for a long period of time, so do you see any in particular within the consortium? Do you see any fundamental changes in the consortium?
So like I said, after 60 days, we could not, for this particular experiment when we were tracking it, we could not find any strain. Now, the idea is, and this is something that we are still working on, probably they're dormant. Probably they're coming up in the next season during the same stage. Probably they're still there, right? So that is one thing, probability that we're still working on. I cannot say for sure that, but otherwise the dynamics in terms of numbers was not evident. They were fluctuating in numbers. I mean, they were exactly not the same number that we applied, but I wouldn't say that was a marked difference. Sorry? Yeah, no, he's talking about the strains. The dynamics will always be there. Yeah.
Are there any more questions? Well, thank you very much for coming all this way to share your experience and expertise with us. So Professor Tripathi will outline the next few activities or next activity.
If all of you are not very tired, I think I'd like to, actually we have one half an hour session tomorrow around 12. I just wanted to prepone at the moment because you can have a feeling of the septic cultivation. This is a video presentation. I think this is a documentary. It was directed by Dr. Kuria, and I think Henry has this one. We can run it and you can just have a feel of septic cultivation, how it works. I think this is wonderful. So I think for this, the chair is Dr. Tiwari. If you can come over here, you can, continue this one with this one. I just wanted